Mr. City Manager, you got anything you need before we open?
No, sir.
Okay, great. At this time, I'd just like to start by thanking everybody for attending our last budget workshop here today. We believe we'll have time to discuss, reconsider, consider, and then propose. So we've got a regular scheduled meeting at 3 o'clock right after this, so appreciate everyone for attending. Councilman Kraft back in the back, good to see you, sir. Or Councilman Sherlin, you as well. So I'm going to ask, we're going to go ahead and formally call ourselves to order. I'm going to ask Councilman Tips if you'd pray us in.
Yep. If you would bow your head. God, we come to you this afternoon, and Father, we just thank you. We thank you for the opportunity to come together, meet together. Lord, we ask for your wisdom. Lord, as we move forward, as we go through this budget, I pray for clear eyes, God, that we would see the things that we need to see. Lord, I pray for unity. I pray for one vision, God, that we'd be able to see what we need to see and get to the points that we need to get to. Father, we thank you for the rain. We thank you for your blessing on our city. We thank you for your provision, your grace, your mercy. And God, I ask just for your presence here in these chambers. God, direct our speech, direct our words. Help us to be productive today, Lord. And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Hey, thank you, Councilman. Mr. City Manager, we're going to go ahead and hand it over to you and let you and Mrs. Storrs walk us through. We've got one printout here. I think that might be where you're ready to start.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We're pleased to bring this some ideas back to you for consideration as we continue our budget workshop. With this, I'm going to turn over to Laura and her team.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the time that you allowed us to comb back through the budget and kind of gave us some direction on some priorities that Council was wanting to try to achieve above and beyond what we presented last time. And so there is a handout that is on a legal size piece of paper, and I know Stephanie will be pulling it up here in just a minute on the screens for everyone as well. You have already seen the majority of this page. This is what we went over last time we met that Friday morning. You'll recognize the blue and orange coloring kind of up at the top. We've already gone over all those sections, and nothing has changed on any of that. The only change on this page from what you viewed last time was we had, if you'll remember, over to the right-hand side, we had potential changes, and we had 3 columns. We had one with no street maintenance fee, and then we had like a half and a quarter street maintenance fee. We have dropped those columns because council gave us direction that we're not interested in looking at a street maintenance fee this year. So what you see now is the same no street maintenance first column, and you see a second column now that says no street maintenance. And we have added some additional information in that far right-hand column there. So that's what we're going to go over. As a reminder, or the direction that we had received from council at the end of our last budget review was council was wanting us to see if we could find a way to achieve another 1% for police, another 1% for fire, some funding to help with the civilian pay study to maybe partially start implementing that. And then I had heard potentially some funding for senior citizens. We had talked about AMW officers and a few other things. But when we left, we had totaled up the potential of needing about in the range of about $2.1 million more. And what I'm going to go over with you all, and I will tell you, we have had a lot of people looking into this and rerunning numbers and trying to stretch every last bit of this budget that we can. And the changes that you're going to see here come in just a little below that $2.1 million amount, but I'll walk you through kind of what we have found and what we think we can squeeze in through this budget, and then potentially what that could be used for. Now, we would definitely want to hear from council on if you all want to change some of the priorities that we have listed here, but this is just a potential way we could look at adding these into the budget. So let me start at the top. And again, we're at the far right-hand side on the street maintenance fee, and I'm sorry, on the no street maintenance fee. And the first things that you're going to see a change in from a revenue standpoint is when you come down and you start looking over at the solid waste revenue line item. And we'll just start, we're going to stop there for just a second. I'll walk you through some additional things that we think could be added through the solid waste revenue fee increases. So first of all, if you'll remember, what we have proposed in your budget is a new dangerous structure removal team that's in-house. And so we had proposed some new solid waste employees along with some vehicles and equipment, and then some assistance through the city marshal's department to help facilitate that program. We're hoping to get a lot more bang for our buck with an internal crew really staying focused and dedicated on those dangerous structures around the community. So another piece that our city marshal department has been funding that's been coming out of the tax rate is $130,000 for just overall demolition. We get about $200,000 in grant funding, and that's going to remain, but we're recommending that $130,000 that we have had previously come out of the solid waste rate increase instead. And the reason for that is we would see that additional funding for demolition would go hand in hand with what this internal dangerous structure removal team would be doing. So, and I will certainly let Andrew jump in if he would like, but you know, we may need to spend some dollars to get some teams out there to secure a property quickly before we can get our internal team out there. It could be actually contracting a little bit with some outside groups to work hand in hand with our internal team as well. And so that would give us a little bit of flexibility with that money.
Yeah, and in particular, the program that we would have in-house would be residential only. We do have commercial properties that also go through that process, so that funding source could help offset some of those needs.
All right, so that $130,000 is part of the increase that we're recommending on your solid waste fees. The next item is we went back and looked at this prior year, and we had made some changes. Or finalized, in the year we're in right now, we had finalized the raises for our civilians and the TMRS COLA changes. We kind of got to that at the end of our process last year, and we did not adjust our solid waste fees for that. So we're recommending that we recapture those increases. We really feel like the solid waste fee should be supporting those operations in our solid waste departments. In the current year, they got a 4% increase, and we do have to pay additional amounts into TMRS for the COLA changes. So that's going to be about $500,000 more that would go on that rate increase. And then we have a couple of small items. We are proposing some IT charge increases this year. We feel like solid waste rate needs to pick up a piece of that, and then we do have an option to bring in a little bit of the civilian pay study, some funding for the civilian pay study, and so we feel like the solid waste fee should cover the portion that applies to solid waste. So all in all, on your solid waste increases, your solid waste fee increases, we're looking at about $670,000. I want to pause for just a second because I think this is probably the best time to talk about this. If you'll go to your second handout, on your second handout, you're going to see our rate increase proposal and some potential scenarios. This was something we had talked about with council previously. We had said we had about $1.9 million that was originally proposed as a 7% overall increase to the residential and commercial fees. That is the scenario you see at the very bottom in the top section for residential, and the very bottom in the next section, the commercial collections. It's labeled as like the 50% scenario. That's if your solid waste residential and commercial customers had the exact same rate increase, and it winds up being about 10.5%. So as you walk across this page, what we're showing you on the far right-hand side, and again, if you'll focus on that 50% scenario, top is residential, bottom is commercial, we'd be looking at For the proposed fee increases, we would need about $2.54 more per month on our residential customers. And then this is just one example. There's multiple there's multiple options for our commercial customers. But for a commercial customer that had a 3 cubic yard container that was picked up twice a week, they would see $11.63 increase for the month. Okay, so those are monthly charges. We did run 2 other scenarios, and we would love to hear feedback from council. I mean, we can run all sorts of scenarios on this, but we have one where 25% of the rate increase is going on the residential side, which would be about a 91-cent increase, and 75% goes on the commercial side, and that would just be shy of $29 a month increase. And then we did a 40-60 one. We were trying to find something in the middle between there. On the 40-60 scenario, if 40% went on the residential rate, it would be about $1.46 per month increase. And on the commercial, it would be about just a little over $23 increase per month. So I would love, if possible, for council to give some feedback on this. Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to clarify our terms here. Can you give a more in-depth description of the statement balance general fund with streets? What does that mean down at the bottom for the 995?
That is for us to bring the street department back into the general fund, so no street maintenance fee, and to achieve the additional objectives that council was hoping to achieve. It's going to take that 995 onto the solid waste rate. Is there
a reason to break that out that I'm not capturing or catching on to? Like, so what I'm seeing is say a 75-25 scenario. If council led you that direction, there would be a total revenue change of the 2.9 million?
Yes, sir. So what that corresponds with, if you go back to your long page, the legal sheet page, that corresponds to the revenues that you see on the far right column. Stephanie, if you go up to that that 3,017,000, if you take that minus the 2,022,000 that's on the far in the blue, that's your 995. So that's what we are proposing to for solid waste rates to pick up in order to have the budget balanced with no street maintenance fee involved.
I just want to make sure I'm not getting lost in how we're going back and adding and splitting it out. Why are we splitting the 995 out and applying it only to that line item? Would all of this 2.9 million not be applied to the solid waste revenue?
Yes, it all is. I was just reflecting in here on your solid waste scenario page. The first 2 line items are already included in your printed budget, this big giant budget book. They're already in there. And that last item, I'm saying these are the things we've been talking about in our budget review. Those added together total about $2.9 million. And we would recommend spreading that between your residential and your commercial customers. We just need direction on how y'all would like us to do that.
Okay. And then we would take the 2.9 million and add it to the additional increases of revenues, and it would go on the solid waste line.
Yes, and it's already included in this page here. Yes, that 2.9 is already added in the far right column in that 3,017,000 line item there under your solid waste revenue. Okay,
so original budget was, current year budget's 32.6. Proposed budget is 34.5, right? With the additional discussions that we've already had.
Yes.
From the 34.5, you're going to increase that 3 million on top of that.
No, we are going up 995,000 to the 3 million.
So you're breaking that apart because you've already put the 7 and 7 in, or the 7% increase
it's already built
in the 34.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your total budget would be what? 35?
Yes, let's see here. It would go up to, about 35.6, yes.
Okay, so you're only realizing the 995 in increase from what you've already proposed?
From what was already filed in the book, yes, sir.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions, council, or comments on distribution of that fee if you were going to increase it?
Part of the thought process here is, I know one of the things that council has been talking to me individually is the idea of cost recovery. And so this is a measure here to try to help the solid waste department become more, having its cost recovered via its own fees. And so would that be correct, Laura?
Yes, that's correct. And I think you can make a case on the distribution of that between residential and commercial in a wide variety of ways. I don't know that there's necessarily, I'm looking down at Donnie here too, but I don't know that there's necessarily a right or wrong way to do it. And so we have shown a few scenarios of ways that it could be done. If council felt strongly one way or the other, we would appreciate some feedback. Originally, when we filed the budget, we split it evenly across residential and commercial, but based on some of the feedback we had gotten in the earlier budget review sessions, I think council was wanting to see the split maybe a little bit differently, maybe a little bit more on commercial, and that's what these other two scenarios on this page show you.
And just to confirm, it says one container picked up twice per week, but that $28.91 is a per month increase.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, so it's $28.91 per month to all our commercial users to capture the additional 2.9 million, of which you've already got roughly 2 million built into the proposed budget.
Yes, so it would be a $28.91 increase for that type of commercial customer.
91
Yeah.
cents on the residential.
Yes, and then 91 cents on our residential
Okay.
customers. Yes, sir.
So what we can do is we can come back to this breakdown between percentages. Laura can walk you through what this gives you on the expense side, and then you can come back and visit the 25, 75, 40, 60 scenario, see if you'd like to proceed.
Okay, Councilman, you have anything before we go on?
I did. So we're using the 75% scenario for commercial and the 25% on residential. Is that what I understood?
Well, we can, if council wants. We just gave you 3 different scenarios there, where it's a 25-75 split, a 40-60 split, or a 50-50 split, and showed you what that would do per month to each of those types of customers. And at some point, maybe later today, y'all could give us a little feedback on which one you're most comfortable with.
So none of these are reflected in the no street maintenance of 3 million, the 3 million number? Or
Oh,
is it-
no, they're all reflected in that. Yeah, these are just various ways you could apply that fee increase to your customers.
Okay, so which fee would give us that number?
All 3 of those would.
Okay.
The choice is, how do you want more on the commercial side and less on the residential side? Or do you want it evenly distributed between your residential and your commercial customers? That's essentially what we were trying to ask council for on this page.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So the 995 can come through 25-75, 40-60, or 50-50.
Yes, all of it can, even the
So
original 7%.
those are the 3 options. Each one of those, the 25-75 will get us 995 additional, or the 40-60, or the 50-50.
Yes, any of those will, and we can run other scenarios if you wanted. Those are just 3 examples.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you run the example of, and I'm not saying you would do this, but what does the 50-75 get you? So $2.50 more residential and $28.91 more commercial.
We would have to rerun revenue numbers to do that. So, because that doesn't add up, that wouldn't add up.
You're talking about taking higher than the rate. He's talking about capturing more.
More
So-
revenue?
Yeah, so could we just, is that an easy?
Yeah, because I like the way you've broken it out to balance, but you worked backwards from your total, I guess, to
Yes.
cost share that.
Yes.
And what I'm trying to factor is, like, for $1 more on residential, what does that calculate to? And, $5 more on commercial, what does that calculate to? I think we've established over the last couple of years that commercial rates are actually below market for the services we provide. The residential, I think, previous council was pretty protective over, but, 91 cents is affordable most of the time, so.
And can you say that one more time, Mayor? When your original question was, what if we use the 25% scenario and the which scenario?
50 and 75, so you'd be 125% of your
Okay.
scenario. So
Gotcha.
you ought to be able to just factor an extra 25% on the 2.93.
So the 50 and the 70, the 50% scenario on residential and the 75% scenario on commercial would give you just under $4.3 million. Where
So
we're
it-
looking at, so that's an additional,
1.4 million?
Yes, sir. Mhm. And none of that is factored into what we're talking about today. So you might keep that handy, and we can talk about that as we start walking through potential changes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay?
Other questions, council, before they keep us moving?
Is the net increase monthly or annual?
What is shown there in the gray sections, those are monthly increases. Yes, sir. All right, if you want to pull back out your page with the orange and the blue on it, let's keep walking down the page there, and the next item we're going to look at is landfill charges, down kind of in the white section below the orange. On the landfill charges, we went back and reran numbers through the, a couple of days ago, just to look at trends. Now, we do realize that we have had some severe storms this year, and so that can factor into landfill usage. But what we did is we looked at that trend compared to what we actually collected last fiscal year as well, and redid the trend, and think that we actually can achieve about $383,000 more, and that's not with any kind of a fee increase. We do have a CPI increase built into our landfill charges, and it's 3%, but this is actually true like usage out there at the landfill. So we think that trend is continuing to remain positive, because last year, and I'm looking at Don because maybe Don has better memory than I do because it affects his business, but I don't know that we had as severe of storms last year, but this year we have. But just watching the trend from last year and this year, really focusing even more on last year's trend, I think we can squeeze a little bit more out of what's actually going to be going through that landfill. So that would increase your available amount by $383,000. And then y'all bear with me on these next few, because I mean we looked at every revenue line item trying to see if there was anything, and some of these are going to get kind of small, but we do have a lease with the Ice Ranch that we have continued to work with them on, and that amount we have not included in the budget previously, and so that amount for the current year is at $110,000. So we're adding that in to have in on the revenue side. On your weed collection and mowing services, so we've been, our collections group has been working really hard on that, and this year, honestly, with all the rain too, the numbers are a little bit higher, but we think that revenue could trend closer to about $26,000 higher, $26,400 higher than what we had originally put in the budget. We have some state court costs that fees that we receive on a quarterly basis. All of those have come in now this year, and it's trending a little higher than we had originally anticipated. So that's, we're pushing that up $22,500. And then appreciate Michael Kashuba and George Priolo, because we made a call to them to see if there would be any way they'd be open to a $2 green fee increase instead of a $1 green fee increase that we talked about during budget review previously, and what they thought that would do to our rounds that are played out at the golf courses. And they said, absolutely, we think that's reasonable. I think we can, our community can handle a $2 increase almost as easily as a $1 increase. And so what that would do is bring in an additional just under $82,000. Then we went in and looked, and I believe it was on golf cart sales and driving range sales were the revenue items that I looked at, and I trended out for this year as compared to last year. I think we can bring a little bit more into that for next year at $90,000. And then the last item there, we've talked about this before, and we just put it back on here for discussion. A vector control fee of 50 cents per month would bring in an additional $312,000 to your general fund to work with.
And the vector control fee is what department?
Environmental health.
Okay.
And that is getting them, I'm looking for Anthony out. There he is. That's getting them to full cost recovery, or as close as they can get at this point with the anticipated state law changes that are coming through related to a lot of their permits. So we looked, I wanted to go back and state that on golf course and on the vector control fee, we heard a lot from you all about full cost recovery. And so we've been trying to look closer and closer at all these departments that could achieve it. This will get environmental health essentially to full cost recovery. And the golf green fee increase, the additional green fee increase, and those revenue adjustments, I think we talked about a $288,000 supplement last time from the general fund. This would bring it closer to about $150,000. So we're not there, but maybe with a few more golf ball sales, we'll get there. So, yes. So we are getting close, that we have made tremendous strides. And so those are two that we put in there kind of based on the feedback that you all gave related to full cost recovery. So those are the revenue changes that we located, and some additional changes we had brought forward to help achieve these additional, additional things that council's wanting to put in the budget. All right, so as we go down to the expenditure side.
So, Ms. Laura, let's recap
yes.
that real quick before
Sorry.
we get into expenses. On the building safety department building permits, how did you capture the additional 300K? What are you increasing over there?
So on the building permit side, that's truly based on trend.
So that just looks at what's coming in, and that's how much more we'd revenue without changing anything?
The only thing that we are proposing to change is their annual CPI adjustment, which would be 3%.
So all building permits cost an extra 3% next year
All-
in this budget?
Yes, and all building safety permits, essentially, yes.
And we're keeping the technology fee in there for $10?
Yes.
Okay. So run the math with me real quick and let me make sure. If I go from your existing variance so the far right blue column right there, the 6.7 at the bottom, right? That's already built into the budget as proposed. Then what you're doing over here is you're kicking out the additional amounts that it grosses, but you have to subtract that from what you've already budgeted, right? So as an example, on building permits, we were going to increase 984. Now we're increasing 1.234, so a net of 300K.
Yes.
Okay, so let's run this on the right-hand side.
So it's a little over $3 million. It's $3,008,186. A change between that $12,182,000 number on the far right and the $9,174,113 number.
And that accounts for $670,000 in additional solid waste revenue. And so I'm just, oh, no, it doesn't. It accounts for $995,000, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, $995K. So that checks out. Okay, so the only thing that we would have to do different is we would have to add a 50% charge to a water bill
No,
for
a
the
50
vector.
cent.
50 cents.
50 cents per month.
A 50-cent charge to the water bill for a new vector fee.
Yes, sir.
And if we chose not to do that because we want to protect that water bill, you would take $300,000 off your $3 million.
That is correct.
So you guys have gone back and you've realized an additional $2.71 million of potentials here that council could act on without touching the water bill.
Yes. We would have to adjust 300,000 out of what's down below then, yes, sir.
Okay. Council, you follow all that? Everybody up to speed on it?
Okay.
Any other questions on additional revenues? Okay.
But of that amount of revenue, so the 3.8 million, how much of that, so $1 million of it would come out of rate increase,
For solid waste.
and the rest of it, and the vector fee, if it's in there, would be added. So the balance of that was just recalculating trends to determine a more accurate number.
Yes, for the most part, yes, sir.
So we're just projecting more optimistically to realize a 1.5, 1.6 million in your budget?
Yes, and I think that's a great way to word it. I would say less conservatively, but more optimistically is probably
Okay.
a great way to put that.
Now, keep in mind, the other things we're still not looking at, we pulled out the drainage interest income of 1.3 million, and we pulled out the water and sewer interest income of 2.8 million.
Yes, sir.
So you're keeping those amounts of money in those individual funds.
Yes, sir.
We're still realizing all that interest income.
No, sir, we're not.
Well, no, we are. We're just keeping it in those funds, right?
We're not at that level. We're not achieving that kind of interest income at those levels in those funds
Okay.
currently.
So
So,
the
but
in-
yes, we're keeping all interest income in those funds, but we were not able to, we're not seeing as much as what we had originally budgeted from the water and sewer interest and from the drainage interest coming back into the general fund.
Okay. Okay, yes, sir.
On the vector control fee, is there any regulatory requirement for the vector fee from a health and safety standpoint? Is there anything that the state requires us to do in terms of, I'm assuming that's mosquito
Yes.
and just all things like that? Is there anything that we have to do? Is that a requirement by state law in any fashion, form, or anything?
They're already performing all of those services, and your citizens are paying for it through their property tax dollars. And so this would be, I'll just let Anthony explain. Go
Sure,
ahead.
it's not required for a municipality to perform mosquito control, but very common. Well, everyone does that.
Okay.
And that is an area we have had a lot of calls on this year, especially with the large amounts of rainfall. I think they've done some great measures to get that under control, but it is an area we receive complaints from our customers from.
Yes,
Or our customers, our citizens
Sure.
from.
I would say it's getting very difficult to manage with our current operational limits. We definitely need to increase personnel. We need to increase equipment. It's very difficult to manage what we have today.
And so that 311 is going to, is it moving from one spot to this spot, or is that just an increase in that service line?
It is bringing a new revenue source into your general fund that's just been paid for historically out of either property taxes or sales taxes.
And the thought here is cost recovery for the department. So
Yes.
right now it's supplemented through taxes, but right now this idea would be making this one of our cost recovery targets for our departments.
Understand. And fantastic job on the cost recovery across the board.
Thank you.
I think that's just a lot of thought, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so down below, let's look at the large expenditures, and I want to talk about the changes that are factoring in. Again, you've already seen that middle column, and then the far right column is the new column with some changes from what we originally looked at. So the first item there is that has changed is the pay study. So with what we factored in, and we've worked on this last little over a week, we're recommending to put about $600,000 towards a $2.2 million pay study for our civilians. So it would just be used to target some of the hardest to fill areas, those positions that are probably the furthest from market at this point, to really bring some relief into just specific areas. It would not be able to be implemented across the board in our general fund for our civilians. So this would just be a small amount to help us kind of start addressing those hard to fill areas. The next change, as you come on down this page, you will see now there's an amount of $1,820,000 in the police sworn 4% line item. So you'll see on the middle column, it was in the 3%. So we originally brought this back to you all with 3% for police. This option that we have here in front of you would bring the police sworn raises up to the 4% amount. As you keep coming down, you'll now see that there's $1,215,000 in the fire sworn 3% line, where in the middle column, that was on the 2% line before. So we had originally brought it back to y'all at a 2% amount. This would grow that up to a 3% amount.
Hey, Laura, can I ask you a question while
Yes.
we're here? Just out of curiosity, and I haven't seen this anywhere, why is there a percentage difference between fire and police? Did we come up with that? Was that the ask? I mean, where did that come from?
We came up with that based on the needs of filling those vacancies. Fire's been able to stay ahead of it compared to police that's still struggling to fill those vacancies.
So it's more just to make those positions more attractive, basically?
Yes,
What
sir.
you're saying? Okay.
And here in a little bit, when we get down to it, there's a spot at the very bottom of this page that I'm going to let Andrew go over with you guys, that he's provided some additional information related to police and fire to kind of help give you all some comparisons based on how this is built now. As you come down on that far right column, you'll see in the IT charges, we had originally were needing to increase that about 1.8 million. We brought that down to just 800,000 in the middle column, and we're looking to try to put that closer to 900,000. And I think Rich could give you all sorts of reasons that as much as we can afford to put towards IT is only going to help the entire organization. Software costs just continue to go up, and our security measures are very necessary, And so we try to put a little bit more into that area to help support our IT team. The next change will go down into the line item police and fire additional overtime. We had originally put that in the budget we were adding $1 million into police and fire overtime. They're spending it already, and all of your other general fund departments are helping to kind of offset that. We had cut it out in the middle column, and then we've added about $505,000 back in to split between police and fire. As a reminder, in the current year, they did get significant raises, and we did not add any additional amounts into overtime, but they're working overtime, and now it's at an increased pay amount too. So they're going to spend that, so we felt it would be wise to put as much as we could back in to help them with those overtime accounts. And then the goal will be over the next few years, as hopefully we continue to fill up those vacant positions, we will at some point see overtime costs start to come down and get closer to truly our budgeted amounts. Yes, sir.
Can I pause just real quick to make sure we're tracking on the overall? So they are going over the budgeted overtime, plus we have pay raises over there. So there's a consideration there that's not factoring, right?
Yes, sir.
But overall, am I still reading the budget correct? You have the original budget of 24-25, total expenditures $277.9 million. Then you have the revised estimate, so our actuals would be 275.5. So are we under budget roughly 2.4 million on the total organization in the general fund?
So, and you're looking at the cash flow, the other page that I had handed out?
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking
Okay.
at the revised estimate, which would be your best projection conservatively.
That would be our best guess. And so we're hoping, what that means then is if we come in a little bit under budget this year, our hope would be that we could bring that back to you all this next year to put into one-time capital spending. So as these budgets get tighter and tighter and tighter, it's going to be less funding that we can bring back at budget time for y'all to put in one-time capital.
And I think what I'm really trying to make sure of is that we didn't give raises in the previous year that put us over budget. You guys have done a great job of holding to your budget. Actually, you're probably about 2.5 million under that budget overall. Best guess.
Best guess, yes,
Okay,
sir.
great. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so the next line item down that changed is you're going to see a line called hot audit fees. And so this is our hotel occupancy tax audit audits that we've been doing the last couple of years. Those have been running us about $70,000 per year. And Unil and his internal audit team have decided they can bring that. We've been paying a third party to do that, and they have decided they can take that work in-house, and so they're working to terminate that contract, which would bring about a $70,000 benefit to the city that we would absorb through costs that we're already incurring through Unil and his team. The next item down is we have a position, the special advisor position, that is looking to retire and go away next year. And so we will recapture parts of that salary and benefits for that position for what we have here is about 8 months out of the year. And so we're looking to recapture some of the savings that was originally budgeted for. Down below that, in the hot funding to the Civic Center improvement, that's your hotel occupancy tax funding. So every time we make a change to like salaries and benefits or raises or TMRS or anything like that, we have to go rerun essentially the net operating loss over at the Civic Center, and that's less money that we transfer out of the general fund to do improvements at the Civic Center. So once we reran that after we had kind of changed up some assumptions, we would keep about $52,000 more in the general fund to help cover that operating loss at the Civic Center. And that's all from hotel occupancy taxes. Those are the last of the changes that differ from what we showed y'all a couple weeks ago that Friday morning. And the mayor kind of already walked us forward to that, but you'll see it there right below that box where Stephanie's at. You'll see our estimated reserves with those changes factored in. Our estimated target reserves would be $50,600,000 $695,659. Our target reserves are still at that $52,764,000, and so we would just be slightly off of our reserves by about $2,068,000. So this we would consider a fully balanced budget that would be acceptable in this manner. But we are also open to changes. That's what we had kind of come up with as a game plan, and so we would appreciate some feedback if council, wants to make any changes to kind of what we've recommended here. And this other page where the mayor was at earlier, this last page that in your handouts that says City of Amarillo General Fund estimated receipts, expenditures, and available cash, that's essentially what your cash flow would look like with the changes we just went over, and that amount at the very bottom is we would be just slightly under our target reserves by the $2,068,955. I'm sorry, I had the wrong one.
Let's start with the totals. So on this one, in our last meeting,
Yes.
We had discussed a few things, and I had written down total revenues 271.1. Now you're still at 271.1, but we've captured an additional 2.7 million without the vector fee, 3 million with the vector fee. How does that 271 not go to 274?
So you're saying you wrote down 271 million for the last time. Is that correct?
We were at 270, and we had roughly adjusted 1.2 million.
Well, and it would help if I handed y'all the right page, and I apologize. So the 271 you're looking at, that was the original one. Yes, sir.
You got an updated one?
I've got an updated one.
Does it
yes.
say 274?
No, it says, I'm sorry, it says 272,918,000 on the revenues.
That's better. Great, thank you.
I apologize.
That's okay.
This is me trying to be organized. Let me keep one.
Hey, if you're going to have
So you'll have the before and after.
Yeah, if you're going to have a misprint, can we get a few more with an extra couple million on them?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, we'll do our best there.
So go ahead.
Yes, so the one you're looking at was the
Thank you,
original
sir.
cash flow with that second to last column changes on the blue and orange page. The one that Justin is so graciously handing out for us is with the last column on that page with the blue and orange factored in. So you're now at just under 273 million, and your expenditures would be at that 275.7 million, with your ongoing at that 269.2 million. I apologize on that.
No, you're good. I'm glad we're tracking along. So I'd like to start with those revenues and just make sure, and just for me to keep it right in my head, water and sewer total interest revenues for last year were roughly how many million? Seemed like there was like 20 million, or no, it was like $14 million. Am I wrong?
Give me just a second, Mayor. But most of them are coming from bond proceeds.
Well, right, and then those bonds are still sitting in there to be paid down, or getting paid down, but we should be projecting like 3 years.
So we had last year's actuals and interest income for water and sewer. Let me make sure I'm on the right. Yep. This is on, do y'all have your giant budget books in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
What
turn
page?
to page 32. 32? Yes, sir, 32. Page 32. And I will say I'm very proud of y'all for for dragging those giant budget books around. I bet Stephanie will pull it up. It's out on the website too if needed. On page 32, you'll see a line item 37110 interest income. Last year we received about 2.6 million. This year we budgeted 10 million, so we were a little aggressive on our projections. It looks like we're going to be closer to about $5.3 million.
So can we just, I just want to make sure I'm seeing that right. I mean, we've got $120 plus million in water and sewer debt that's still sitting in that account.
So we have spent down a tremendous amount because your Northeast Interceptor project is almost complete. And so that was the bulk of your bond proceeds that were sitting out there related to water and sewer. And we spent those within the first few months of the year this year, and so we're not receiving interest income on that anymore.
Okay, so where it is in my head, and we can move on, but like you're running a $120 million a year company, you've got $100 million worth of kind of continual in there. We're paying all our bills, plus we've got 120 in borrowed monies. I just thought when Councilman Kraft had come up with the idea to kind of pull some of that interest earnings, that was excess interest.
Yes.
Only on those bondables that we really thought were going to be there for about the next 3-4 years.
No, not related to any of the bond proceeds, but just on it was only related to non-restricted interest income. And we had that budgeted to come into the general fund, at 2.6 for this year, but we don't have a revised estimate on it. Let me pull that up real quick.
So you're right, I said that wrong. These are the unrestricted. They don't have anything to do with the bond amounts. That requires the money to stay in the account. So like
Yes.
we're keeping that money there, but we have no additional unrestricted monies that we could move over comfortably.
We would not recommend that.
Okay. And that would be money that's based on their reserves and backlog CIP, wouldn't it?
Yes, that is correct. So any cash funded CIP that's not been spent yet and any of their reserves. We do, on water and sewer, let me get to that page in our budget real quick. We are anticipating the way we have them shown on page 30 in your budget book is they're not going to hit target reserves by about 1.6 million. So, and that's with keeping all their interest income in there. And with the significant wastewater treatment plant improvements we're looking at doing over the next several years,
Sure.
we certainly would recommend keeping it in there so we can knock out any kind of capital projects in the meantime.
Okay, so just clearing that out and taking that off the table. So we've lost $4 million in the previous year's budget that we were somewhat depending on this year, but we've taken that out.
Yes, sir.
So even taking that $4 million out, we're still $2.73 million in gross revenues.
So you're saying,
I'm looking at the last line on total revenues on that revised piece of paper that you just handed out.
oh,
And one-time, or transfers is 10 million.
Yes, sir.
And then grant income is 4.9. So, I mean, you're really looking at operating income of 256 that's reoccurring as dependable as we can make it. I still have the curiosity of the 273, how much of that is considered one-time monies? Just the 5,100 or 5.1 million down at the bottom for general construction?
no, on the revenues, you're asking which revenues are one time or which ones are recurring? Or are you asking expenditures?
So of the 273 million,
In revenues,
I would like to say we can depend on that as much as any of our revenues every year.
except for the 11 million. The transfers from the other funds, those are more one-time type funding coming in.
Okay,
As we remember, we had some excess reserves from fleet and from health plan and from our risk management plan that we were recommending to bring those excess reserves back into the general fund and then to spend some of that on some one-time capital. That's what that just under $11 million is. And
Okay.
so we would not recommend necessarily building that into recurring expenses.
if you take the 11 million off, that's really what you're looking at, 262 in annualized revenues moving forward, comfortable, conservative.
Yes,
Okay, and of the 262, we can get all of our requests done as proposed percentages, and we're still 2 million upside down?
oh, yes. Yeah, we would anticipate missing our target reserve by about 2 million. And that's just if everything plays out exactly as we're showing in the budget there.
Could we do the same on the middle column, where can you take the 10.6 out as a one-time expenditures under transfers from other funds. So if you look there, your total revenues were 263 in current year, right? Best guess?
Yes,
But you'd take another 10.6 off of that.
essentially, yes.
So just to run the simple spreadsheet, real simple math, this current year we've lived on 251, and we've paid all of our bills and taken care of all of our people. This year we're going to live on 263. Is that right? I think it's 263. No,
We're-
sorry,
no,
262.
26, or you're talking from a revenue standpoint?
Mm-hmm. And then, so we went from 251 to 262. So that $11 million increase gives us how much in increased pay study, additional services? What's the total of the list over here? Because I don't know that it nets it out. Does it total it? I mean, I see the 12.1. Those are your revenue changes. Where's the expenditure net over on the far right side?
So on your, and see, we took the one-time budget out on the council one, so it's really your ongoing stuff is up there at the top, and it's totaling 6.5, well, and then the overtime, so $7 million there.
So, but that's up top, I'm looking at revenues and then large expenditure changes right here in the middle. I'm just trying to take this right-hand column. So if you factor in the TMRS and all the pay studies and the raises, what does that net out to since you're capturing $3 million of council working budget that's applying to that?
Are you asking about that one, I'm sorry, that 1.9 million?
I must
The
not
bottom?
be,
I don't think I'm following you. I
somehow I'm
apologize.
losing it here. So what's our total increase in pay and services and TMRS for the year as this proposed budget would have it in the far right-hand side?
So that amount for pay increases and pay study and TMRS comes to just under $7 million. It's $6,977,500.
So we have, let's just call them additions. We have additions that council could act on of $7 million. But if we go back to current year budget, we serviced everything at 251. Proposed budget would revenue 262, and I'm going to add 7 million of additions. Should I expect to be at 258 plus the one-time monies?
I apologize. I don't think I'm following you.
Okay, so when you look down, let's go to the expenditures. That's probably where I'm getting lost. So you have 275 total expenditures as proposed for current year.
Okay, so you're looking at the cash flow page. All right, so 275, I gotcha.
Right. So what I'm doing is I'm treating your center line on your cash flow page as actuals on the revenues up top because we're saying we didn't go over budget for the year.
So, but we have some spending down of excess reserves from prior years in that 275.
Right. That's why I'm trying to separate it out to annualized revenues. So the one-time spends will kind of throw me off. So if you look at the municipal court over here, the 4.3 million, you can't factor that in as a deduct from the extras in kind of my world because like we just are choosing not to spend it, right? So you see how it's on your sheet on the far right-hand side as a deduct?
I'm just showing that as a change from what is in your filed budget. It is a
Okay.
deduct from what we filed in your original budget. That's what that negative 4.3 million is. That is strictly just showing you changes between like your current filed budget and what's now on these proposed change lists.
Okay. So balanced budget in your total expenditures. Current year 275.5, best guess. Projected year 275.6, best guess. So look at your cash flow sheet.
Yes.
Okay. So help me with the math there. I'm just looking at the general fund overall. We need to provide all the same services, plus we have 7 million worth of additions. So I had to run it under budget on my totals if I only collected 262.9 in my ongoing. So where do we isolate the one-time spends out of this center line under your expenditures?
So if you look at the bottom, we're showing one-time expenditures of about 15 million. So your ongoing this past year is, with our revised best estimate, is 260 million, and that's going up to 269 million next year.
Okay. So we really have annualized revenues of 251 on this sheet, plus our one-time, revenues. But we think we're spending 260 in actuals without the one-time spend. So
Yes.
we're 9 million over budget in current year.
What do you mean 9? We're not over budget. What are you?
So if you have 251 million coming in, you pay all your bills.
But part of it, remember, in the one-time, the transfers from other funds, that middle column, we were directed to bring that interest income over and to treat it as ongoing in the prior year. So that 4 million is part of that $10 million number as well.
Right, I see it there because it was 14.3 and now it's 10.6.
But,
Or
yeah,
10
but that's
million,
not
sorry.
all just that 4 million. Part of the revenue from those two funds is still in that 10.6.
Right. I think I'm following you. I'm just saying we're looking at revenues as they came in and then expenditures as they go out, just for ongoing annualized expenditures and revenues. So you got to get your one-time spends off of that page.
So is there a change you're looking for us to make, or I don't know that I'm
Yeah,
following you.
I don't know that I'm leading you anywhere other than like we have total revenues of 251 million that are coming in the current year, correct?
In the revised estimate column, we have $263 million coming in. Part of that is coming in as one-time revenues.
Which is in the amount of 10 million roughly?
No, it would be 6-7 million. I'd have to run those numbers to see which ones were the one-time. Because we were anticipating that those interest income amounts, that's what was built in as ongoing in the current year. And what we're recommending next year is not to put them as ongoing because they're not the most sustainable ongoing revenue sources. They do fluctuate a lot, and those other funds are needing those dollars to stay in there to help them achieve their operations as well.
So out of the 10 million, 6 million of it is not one time. It could be calculated towards ongoing expenditures.
I'll have to look those numbers up. I don't have those in front of me.
So I'll ask the whole thing a different way because I'm trying to learn it and understand it. But if I can't learn it and understand it, all I need to have is the number. How much in current year and proposed year should we have in annualized revenues? So if it is 265 in annualized revenues and we're increasing, roughly whatever all of these additional costs come to over here that you're finding, the 12 million, I'm looking to see that on the bottom line of why my reserve is not going up. Because in my head, it seems like we're revenuing more money than what we're proposing, 12 less 7. So there's $5 million in my simple math that's missing on the page.
So all of your line items that are being proposed to spend are over on your cash flow page. So your operating budget requests have gone from 251 million up to 260 million dollars. And then as you come down the page, yes, we're anticipating to spend less one-time capital, but we have more ongoing costs built into next year's budget, which matches the additional ongoing revenues that we're anticipating to get.
So does this 275 on the cash flow page equal up with what you've proposed over here on this other spreadsheet with the
Yes, sir.
7 millions or
Yes.
the 7 million additions?
Yes.
So it includes all of it. So
Yes, sir.
So you're bringing in 272.9, and you're spending out 275.6.
Yes.
Council, you guys got any questions? Y'all following all this? So, Ms. Laura, my other question, internal services, right?
Yes.
Where's the total amount that we bill ourselves and the total amount we deduct ourselves? I know it's in the book somewhere. It was like 126 million. What page is that on?
You're talking about the inter-fund transfers?
Yeah, so am I saying that wrong? Internal services and
That's part of it.
inter-fund transfers are different.
No, they're very similar. Your internal services are part of your inter-fund transfers. So if you turn to the back of the second page in your budget book, it doesn't have a page number on it, you'll see the inter-fund transfers amount of $125 million. And I had given you all in your packets the last time we met a breakdown of what accounted for all of that. And it was in another very colorful page to try to make it a little easier to understand, but it was on a page like this with a bunch of different colors on it. And that shows you the breakdown of the $125.5 million.
Can we get that printed when she gets that pulled up?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So this year, we're billing ourselves, right? Can I say it that way? It's interdepartmental transfers, but it's IT billing out a different department for whatever it's doing, right?
I'm sorry, give me just a second,
No,
Mayor.
no,
We're
take your
trying to,
time.
can you print copies of that? Okay, 15 maybe. Okay, I'm sorry, thank you. Ask your question again, Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Can I say it that way? These are billables internally. We're billing ourselves for services that we can provide within our own departments.
Yes, essentially. This is basically what we do when we consolidate the whole city of Amarillo into one budget. We budget for each fund separately, and then when we get ready to consolidate it into one total city budget, we have to eliminate any of the charges between funds or any of the transferring of money between funds.
So the simple question, that 125 matches both the income and the expenditure side of all the transfers. It's
Yes,
a
sir.
net zero.
Yes, sir.
So any of these internal services, do they have reserves?
Yes.
Okay, how do they get reserves? Do they have other incomes that come in to those departments?
No, it's part, they have minimum reserve policies as well of 90 days plus 1 year's cash funded capital if that applies. On your health plan, it has a minimum reserve policy of 3 months average claims paid out. And your risk management fund, I believe its reserve policy states a target between $5 and $6 million. So as we are calculating the charges back to other departments for the services these internal service funds are providing each year, we are taking into account the minimum reserve calculations if needed to ensure that their reserves are funded properly.
Thank you, Ms. City Secretary. Perfect. And there's no way to split this apart, general fund versus enterprise, because they bill each other. So you have to net the whole organization in order for this to work.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here's my real question that I don't know that you can answer, but I'd love it if you could, like directly. You're adjusting what we bill ourselves based on excess revenues, maybe, just to meet policy minimums? So my question is can we bill ourselves less, and those entities in the general fund would have more money to put towards pay increases as we move forward if we happen to be billing ourselves more than we need to because it's ending up over in reserves?
So we already, if you will turn in your budget books, we can look at those internal service funds. For instance, your IT fund is not hitting their minimum reserve calculations, and we are not recommending that we up the fees enough to recapture all of those in 1 year. So if you turn to page 66 in your budget book, you will see the cash flow for your IT fund. And they're anticipating to be under their target reserve by 2.4 million. And so we are doing exactly what you're asking. We are not increasing the amounts billed to all the other funds, which is going to put them below their targeted reserves. As you go to like your insurance funds or your fleet fund on page 60 is going to be slightly under their target reserve. And we're actually recommending excess reserves from prior years to come back to your general fund to help fund capital. It can't be used ongoing. It would just be one-time funding. On page 74, we've got your employee insurance fund. They're anticipated to be just a couple thousand below their target reserves. We have built those rates based on what our insurance consultants have said they anticipate the claims to be this next year. On page 71, we've got our risk management fund. Those are built out based on claims history plus insurance premiums that we're already paying for our coverage. And so we are charging those back, and we are not charging anything in addition this year to adjust reserves in any way. Actually, in risk management and health plan, they're sending money back to general fund.
That's great. So once reserves are established,
they just maintain.
We just maintain those reserves.
Yes, sir.
So the fleet and some of the others that had excess reserves, where you're putting them back into this budget, you're putting them back as one-time spends because you've already reduced the amount to only bill for what would maintain that reserve.
Or costs have grown and we have not reduced we've not increased rates equal to the amount that their costs have grown to keep it as affordable as possible out to your other funds, knowing that their costs are still rising. So,
okay.
Yeah, we do it a few ways.
So the basic question that we're understanding here, the 125.5 total amount included to offset and zero out all of the internal services, just maintains the reserves as you've budgeted in this book.
No, this page shows all of the transactions between your funds for the year, revenues and expenditures, and then it zeroes it out. It just nets it out. It's just consolidation, right? So we've already counted revenues in general fund from sales tax and property tax. So when they pay IT for their services, IT can't count that as revenue again.
That's right.
Yeah. And so this is just eliminating those interfund transactions for consolidating purposes.
Okay. Councilman Simpson, I see you got your light on.
So I guess the question we're trying to, is there some reserves we don't need to be reserving for?
No, sir. And
there's no extra money we've kind of looked at all that, we balanced that out, we put it back in there, so we feel that we're reserved. Well, actually, we're going to be a little bit low, but but there's not any money out there that is excess in the amount of we should reserve.
That is correct. And as a reminder to council, and we will be bringing back a resolution to council at your September meetings to consider making changes to your minimum reserve policies to actually account for what's in your proposed budget. And that is a reduction to your minimum reserve policy. So now general fund is no longer keeping a 90-day reserve for potential IT charges back to them, fleet charges back to them. We had done that historically, and we are proposing to make that change, and that's how your budget's built. So we have already reduced your reserves, and we have stretched your reserves as far as we can, and several of these funds are anticipating to come just slightly below target reserves. So we're not keeping any kind of excess money anywhere beyond what is now a reduced minimum reserve policy.
Right. I'd like to go back just for a second back to the overtime.
Yes, sir.
So, and I'm looking in the budget book, and this is on page 15 of the budget book, but our last real number that we have in the budget because we have, the budget book only has the 24-25 budget, and I'll get to that in a second, but had our overtime pay at $10.2 million actual in 23-24. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we had budgeted for the current year $5 million, but last year we spent $10.2 million.
Which was also up considerably. The 2 years before we were about 7.6, 7.7.
Yes.
And then we go up to 10.2.
Yes, sir.
Do we know where we are or where we think we'll finish this year
For the city as a whole,
Yes.
I don't, well, I'd have to look that up. I don't know
Okay.
that I have that right in front of me, but I can look that up.
Well, I just asked about that because it just seems like it went up considerably in 23, 24, and then we budgeted back down. I guess my question is, and I've learned, I know on the law enforcement side, there's certain overtime that we just have to have, but that's probably not, I don't know how much, I can't remember how much their overtime is, but they're not, I don't think they're near 50% of our total overtime budget.
Yeah, they're over 50% of our overtime.
So I guess my question is, because to me, overtime is, I understand there's a certain segment of it that's not manageable. In other words, to cover all the shifts and the vacancies. But I'm just wondering how we, across the board, because when you're looking at spending $10 million, I mean, if you could just reduce overtime 10%, that's another $1 million that freed up to elsewhere. So I'm just wondering how across the board do we manage the manageable part of overtime to make sure that we're, because I do think outside of the law enforcement, overtime is a manageable expense. And if it's not managed, it can really get out of hand if somebody's not on it or not doing that. So I just wonder how we make sure that we're not running up overtime that's not needed.
So
I'm just thinking from the police and fire standpoint.
A lot of it will come once we fill vacancies as well. That'll be the big driver there, is filling vacancies. So,
And that goes department by department. So if animal management's short, people are working overtime and then just filling certain needs of the community. So it really becomes a service issue. If you don't pay for the overtime, the citizens still expect the service. So it's balancing that aspect of it.
One other example from the operational side would be like snow events. We never know how many of those we're going to have per year. There are some years where overtime is really, really high from responses to those events, working 24-hour shifts. And a lot of it's disaster response. We have some time when we have like an ice storm. We have tree limbs all over town. So on the operational side, it's very unpredictable what we're going to have every year.
this will be, once we establish a full-time police chief, this will be one of the conversations that Andrew and I have planned to have with that chief about methods on managing overtime.
And then the other thing is just, on the adjustments that we've made, a pretty good chunk of it's come out of the revenue side. And some of them are fixed costs, but the other parts of revenue are not as predictable. I mean, we're counting on landfill charges going up, but that's something we really don't have control over. I mean, we're looking at the trend, but we don't, I guess, and when you apply a rate increase, well, that's going to stick. I mean, my only thing is I just hate making the puzzle work out of revenue that really can't be depended on, whereas expenses are something when you cut the expense, it's going to be cut. It's not going to come back. But my question is, I guess, when I'm looking at this list, I guess the only thing that I see that was on the expenditure changes that were not an area that we looked at before, maybe there is the special advisor position was not there. I don't think that was on the previous list. Are there any other items, or did we look at any other items for potential expense cuts that are on here?
We had gone through a lot of that prior to the budget that was actually filed. So we had really squeezed the expense from that standpoint prior to even filing the budget.
Yeah, so the department heads, as well as the CMO staff and then finance, as you look at your book there, you're going to see lots of pluses and minuses all throughout the budget. So they did a thorough scrub of the budget prior to even having our first workshop. And then over the last 2 weeks, I also went through and looked at things. And there's a few pennies here and there, but otherwise they've done a very thorough job of scrubbing expenses across the board, even to the point where I'm a little concerned in a few areas that we may have scrubbed too much out of it.
And then when we're looking at positions that we'll have, I mean, are we looking at the same number of positions? I mean, so we took all the supplemental that were out that were not associated with revenue?
That is correct. That is taking all the positions out that were not associated with revenue. And so For the general fund, we had gone from 16 proposed new positions down to 6 proposed new positions, and those are the new dangerous structure removal crew that is supported by solid waste revenues. It is also for a traffic signal tech 2 that is being covered by a reduction in that department. That's for one new firefighter position that is needed to meet the minimum staff for, yes. So it is related to the calculations that were agreed upon in the meet and confer agreement. And then the other one is on, I think on police, we put one new police officer in, which is funded 75% by Canyon Independent School District. So there's only 6 new positions in the proposed budget as we have it listed here, and they're all supported either by a reduction in the department or by offsetting revenue coming in.
Well, I just think it may be something that we, I'd rather count on the expense than the revenue of something to make the budget work, just because the revenue, you may not have as much control over where the expense you do. But I'm just wondering, even going forward, when we look at the challenges that we're going to be faced with in the coming years with budgets, with now, the state legislature is proposing that we can't raise our property tax, the money we receive 3.5%, as I understand it. Now they want to cut it down to 1%. And then you look at sales tax, which I think we're at 2.2% this year, year over year. I mean, when you look at the challenges, when our 2 major revenue sources, one's going to be, we're going to be handicapped by the state legislature on how much we can raise additional revenue out of it. You look at the other part, sales tax, which is, unpredictable. I mean, do we know, so, I mean, if you look at 1 or 2 or 3%, do you know what areas of expenses this year we've had that have risen more than 3.5%? I mean, are there certain categories that stand out?
No, actually, we have not seen as tremendous amount of growth. We're still catching up from prior year.
No, I'm just talking about, are there, and you may not have these, but just, I'm sure there's lots of costs that are associated with fuel, with, I mean, we went through the IT part of it, that are going up far more than 3.5% that we're having to pay in categories.
So on some of those, we had built in additional budget related to anticipating the growth that we did not see the full amount captured in this year, but we're going to need that full budget built in for next year. So we almost covered, like on our fuel increase, we were able to leave it almost flat for this next year based on what we had budgeted this year, because we're coming in a little bit below this year because we thought fuel was going to go up even more. So there were a couple of things that actually worked to our advantage in the current year budget, that we had grown because we had seen such tremendous growth since COVID that it slowed down a little bit in the current year, but we're going to continue to see growth next year, and so we're capturing all that through the budget.
Yeah, but if it not gone our way, we'd have
a
bigger challenge
yes,
than we
sir.
do right now. I mean, I guess my point is, as we look at the challenges on funding, I mean, we can piece this budget together, but in the future, I mean, it's going to get tighter and tighter. And if we don't have revenue sources, then we have to look on the expense side. And when you're, not saying that we need to, but I think on the personnel side is something we just need to continue to be as efficient as we can going forward, since it's our largest expense.
Well, and while we're on the subject, I think we are starting to see more normalcy in our budget to what we had seen prior to COVID. And prior to COVID, we were doing good to see even a 2% increase for salaries for any employee. That was a phenomenal year for us. And so I do not anticipate that we will be able, unless something drastically changes, and I think to your point, costs are going to keep rising, revenues may or may not keep pace, and especially if the state legislator makes changes to our property tax revenues, I don't think we'll be able to do a whole lot of extra in our budgets going forward. So we'll be doing good to get a 1 or 2% raise for employees in there. And so this year, I mean, I feel like we've almost had to get creative on how to fund up to a 4% for police, a 3% for fire, and leave a civilian raise at 2%. So I don't anticipate we'll be able to do this going into the future unless we see something drastically change on the revenue side to the good.
Yeah. Well, and I know that we've already put it to the sideline, but whatever it may be, I mean, if we continue, if property tax and sales tax are going to be, or continue to be our primary, along with fees and franchise fees and those things that we charge, franchise fees, we're already maxed out at all those. We're going to have to, and if we're saying we're not open to any other fees, then we're going to have to look at cutting the expenses, which is going to mean cutting services.
Yes, sir.
Unless we find other revenue to come out of this. Because the way I see the trend, it's only going to get tighter and tighter to be able to do this, since property tax is going to be restricted and sales tax is, again, just like others, unpredictable.
But I do want to add, and then we'll jump on yours, Councilman. That system's in place so that you go back and you ask your boss for the increase. And they tell you if you cut services, that's what they want, then we do it. Or they're willing to pay for those services. So I just don't want to lay that out there that like it's a zero option. You don't have an option. If you can't afford it, you just cut the service. No, I mean, the option is always to come to you, the taxpayer, and say, is this something you'd like or not? And if you say no, then we'll gladly reduce the service to balance the budget. That is the way it works, and with the state continuing to restrict, is the state pushing towards like no property taxes? Possibly. Are they looking at a consumption tax increase across the board, and then we're totally sales tax driven? I don't know. But in order to balance that the way they are, the state looks to have way more money than municipalities. So in line with that, I just want to make sure we're looking at all options. The option is to go to the taxpayer and ask for the increase always. Yes, sir.
I was going to say, I feel like what the state is doing is eliminating city councils. They are putting everything centralized in Austin. So they're making the rules for all of us. And so it's getting to the point where you as a governing body are becoming less and less local control here and more big control in Austin. So I think what's happening is they're removing authority from the council here locally.
Thank you, sir. You got anything, Councilman?
I did. Excuse me. On the interfund transfers, and we have the reserves, and we're already below our minimums, does that affect our credit ratings at all when we go through audit or gap standards? If we're not having enough reserves, what does that do to our financial strength?
It can on our minimum reserves. If we're drastically missing our minimum reserves, that could be frowned upon from a rating standpoint. The inter-fund transfers don't play into that at all. So the only time that we hear feedback is sometimes, and I wouldn't even say, it might be from a rating agency, but it might be more from regulatory agencies. If our enterprise funds are sending too much money back to the general fund, we have gotten some comments related to that in the past from some of our regulatory agencies, because the goal is that we are to set those revenues. That's what is needed to fund those operations and help maintain their capital. And it's not meant to be set at a rate to also then fund excess to general fund. So I think the way this budget is proposed at this point, we're cutting it very tight, but I don't feel like it would have any kind of a detrimental effect on our ratings or anything like that, or any comments from our from our regulatory groups. However, if we continue to push it further than this, I do think it could start impacting us.
And what happens if we're underfunded in these, going back to IT or any of the interdepartments? Where does that money come from if we do have a rainy day event, a shortfall in those areas?
We would look to the other funds like general fund to help support them.
Okay.
Yeah. So general fund, water and sewer, airport would have to help pay in for those excess amounts if they didn't have reserves to cover it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just to confirm, all of those internal services are represented in this budget.
No, not in the budget on the screen. You're talking about this budget? Yes, sir. The
Yeah,
filed
so-
budget? Yes, sir.
Right, you're looking at general fund right here.
Yes.
But as you approve the overall budget, they're all built in
That is
to
correct.
maintain that. So your overall tax rate, revenues, calculations, interdepartmental transfers that net out. So is there a risk? Because I understand where he may be going is like, what happens if we spend more in these areas? Well, they're built into your budget, right? And you have an assurance of cost on those more so than, in some than others. So like health, not a lot of, you have a large variability, right?
Yes, because we have to pay
Right.
claims as they come in, because we've provided insurance we're self-insured, and we've provided insurance, we have to pay claims.
So
as
in
they
the
come
current year, we were reserving our general fund reserves included those internal service funds calculation.
It included 90 days of what the general fund was planning to pay to each of those funds for the year, yes.
So if I said that our current year budget had 60 million in target reserves for general fund, it included some of those internal service funds that are included in the general fund in that calculation. When you recalculate that, it comes down to the 52 million.
Yes,
Okay, so we freed up roughly $8 million that went over to one-time expenditures?
so no, we were not hitting those reserves, and so we, by reducing our minimum reserves, we were getting closer to where we could actually meet those minimum reserves. We were going to have a whole lot different decisions to talk about had we not changed our minimum reserve policy.
Okay. And then like Councilman Simpson said, this is all of the monies that the COA has, right? We don't have any other monies anywhere that we can look at. There's no other additional reserves sitting anywhere. There's nothing that's been stacked and set aside that we can utilize moving forward.
No, sir.
Okay.
It's all accounted for.
So in the previous meeting, like the 119 million of CIP, that is monies that are earmarked, allocated. Some are contracted, some are not. They're not represented in this year's budget.
No, because they were approved in prior year's budget.
So there are still monies that are there.
That could be reallocated, yes,
Could be
sir.
reallocated.
But at this point, they've already been earmarked and promised by prior councils to be used for certain things.
And I would encourage this council to hear this. So this fine building that you're sitting in that Mr. Danforth did a great job in really managing budgets on, the previous council and myself, we sat down and we looked at, a full gymnasium that was drawn in. I'm not sure it was fully funded down in the basement, and then also a daycare, and then the drive-through, drive-up awning. And so by cutting those items, we're sitting here looking at $1.5 to $2 million worth of monies that we can direct over to the old city hall. So every council has the opportunity to redirect and to always update and bring into current standards what is the alignment with the vision. So I definitely want you to hear the 119 million that's earmarked in CIP. Some of that's gone. It's contracted. It's being put into the roads and the sewers and elsewhere. Some of it's restricted. Right? Some of that is restricted money, or is that all unrestricted?
I don't have any of those numbers in
Let's
front of me.
assume some
them
of
are-
it's restricted.
Well, I was going to say, some of your outstanding capital is restricted to bond proceeds,
Mm-hmm.
and then some is more unrestricted. It's related to cash funding, but it's been earmarked for projects. Some, to your point, are already
Right.
under contract.
But, and this is a poor example, and I only pick on Kashuba because he knows how much we like him and how impressed we are with everything in Parks and Rec. But in that 119 million, we don't know that there's $1 million earmarked for a playground that we've decided that isn't needed because that playground isn't in a vital park and we're not updating that. So all of those monies need to come back to council so that we can direct those monies into one-time expenditures that meet the needs of the current city. And that's why you were elected. And the state doesn't get to do anything about that. And so, you have an enormous opportunity in front of you, $120 million, that we really want to dig into and make sure we're getting the biggest ROI. Some of those monies will go out into a development or into an area that are going to produce an ROI. It's going to increase sales tax. It's going to increase growth. There's all sorts of things there. So I think we're saying it very well. I guess I do have a few things that I want to propose, but I don't want to talk through the conversation. It's 2:30. Any other questions about the way the budget's presented that we need to get? Yes, sir.
Just going back to the minimum reserves, I think it's important that people realize that we continue to erode that to make the city function. Is that correct?
It depends. We stretch them as far as we can.
Right.
To continue to do as much as we can out in the community for our citizens. Yes, sir.
What happens, what's the reality that we don't have enough sometime? And we go into let's say we have a $20 million issue and we don't have enough of the reserves. Where does that money come from?
We would be most likely looking to issue debt to cover something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and luckily we do have a good credit rating, and so we could look at that, but then we'd have to figure out how are we going to pay for that debt.
I understand.
Yeah, because you would have annual debt service after that.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, council? Couple final questions on my end. On this cash flow page that's updated, you look at the 6.4 million, says less one-time expenditures. Can you summarize what those are? Because I want to make sure we're not, I see we've deducted like the municipal court CIP, so that 4.3 is not included in this 6.4.
Yes, exactly. So it's the 5.1 million in your general construction fund, and it has one-time funding for your discretionary retention pay for your civilians and the holiday vouchers that go out for all of your employees. And I'm trying to pull that spreadsheet up, but the bulk of it is that 5.1 million in one-time CIP funding.
Okay, thank you. And then if you go right below that, what you're looking at, including those, or I'm sorry, removing those one-time funds, 269.2 proposed, 260.5 best guess. So we have an increase there of 8.7 million. And then if we look at like the list of what we're being asked to spend,
7 million of it is related to TMRS, pay study, and raises for all of your employees. And then the other 1 point whatever million is just various things throughout your budget, yes.
so where I'm lost is the 3 million in council one-time working budget versus council ongoing budget. It still shows up over here as council one-time working budget, 3 million deduct. That doesn't factor on anything other than the one-time spend, right?
Yes, it was on the one-time spend it was in last year and it's not in this year. That's the only reason we're showing it as a deduct, is because it was in last year's budget. It's no longer in this year's budget.
So if anybody's following along on this, these are just large expenditure changes. They're not meant to be like an itemized list
No.
that net an actual value. These
that
are
is correct.
These are just
Yes, and I
large item totals that
Yes.
keep us summarized on what we're trying to
and help
accomplish.
us focus on the big areas of changes in the budget. And I should have not put subtotals on it because
Okay.
those really don't translate to anything.
And then on this piece of paper, the interfund transfers, to kind of put a pin in it. If you look at my Amarillo, 2.1 million, right? That's what it costs to run that inside of the utility department. That's what you're saying. You would net that 2.1 out because that's what we spend to run that current service. It's
No.
not my Amarillo.
So what was on the interfund transfer page was how we originally proposed it. And since council decided that was not the direction they wanted to go, that 2.1 is no longer charged out. That whole line will go away. And what was originally from that budget, and it wasn't 2.1, but will stay inside water and sewer, and general fund had $500,000 worth of costs associated with my Amarillo, what we were proposing, and we've pulled that out. If you go back to your multicolored blue and orange page, your My Amarillo was added into general fund at $568,730, and we're proposing it to be zero. Steph, if you'll go to your blue and orange page for a second and go kind of down to the middle of the expenditures to My Amarillo. Yeah. So we're saying that does not stay in, and there were several new positions proposed, and we're eliminating all those. We're not going to leave those in the water
So
and sewer.
kind of that 2.1 would have included all the additional positions.
That's correct, yes.
But let's take a different one. Service charges other, 2.14. What comprises all of that? Miscellaneous or? and I'm back on the multicolor sheet,
On the interfund
interfund
transfers?
transfers. And so that number will actually change. It'll be more like 123
Yes,
million.
it'll go down with my Amarillo coming out. This is before we're making any proposed changes.
My hope is that as you reduce that interfund transfer total, it would actually, free up monies that are already in the revenues as proposed, and then we could push for those additional staff increases to
Those
stay
have already
competitive.
been run through your cash flows. It's all already been run through on this page here, on your updated cash flow. All of that's already been pushed through.
Yeah.
Any revenue changes that we recommended or any additional spend for salaries or for raises have already been pushed through this. So you don't have additional money to work with. That's already pulling out my Amarillo.
Right.
All right, those have already been accounted for in here.
Okay. Council, questions on that? Yes, sir.
I was going to go to another topic if you're
Yeah,
through that.
we can move on.
Well, I guess the feedback you need today from us is on the solid waste.
I think what we need feedback on is, yes, how would you like us to structure those solid waste rate increases? Are you all comfortable with that? We also, are you okay with police being at 4%, fire being at 3%, 600,000 going to pay study? Does that all seem reasonable to you guys, to how we
let me ask you a
have
question.
proposed it here? Yes, sir.
So what we're looking here would be an extra $1 million that is shown in this number that we're looking at, correct?
Versus what we looked at 2 Fridays ago.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So that's allowing us to get up to the 4 and 3 versus
sir.
3 and 2?
Yes.
Okay. If we do not do a rate increase, if council decides we don't want to do this rate increase on solid waste, what would you recommend, or what would we have to give up?
Are you saying the $1 million rate increase or the full $3 million
The $1
rate
million,
increase?
the one that
$1 million.
the one that we added here.
Okay, we'd have to go back closer to that middle column, which would have no funding for pay study, police going down to 3%, fire going down to 2%, et cetera.
Okay. So that would be your recommendation. I mean, because really those are the biggest, $1 million, you're not going to get that out
Yes,
of
sir.
the other places, so it would have to be the raises that we'd
Yes,
have to
sir.
look
Yeah,
at.
we're not going
That's
to
correct.
scrub it out anywhere else.
Okay.
So, and again, the idea with solid waste was to get it back to more cost recovery.
I think as we focus on cost recovery, I think we need to be looking at every department. Where were we on the vector fee? I think that's
That's a
another
good
issue
point.
that we haven't discussed. So the vector fee, the increase in solid waste, I think are two that we've got to maybe give you guys direction on.
Yes, please.
Yeah, one thing that I would like to throw out there, and we have Brent Sherrod here. I'm just going to say Purdue and Company because there's too many names with it. Thank you guys for being here. They represent a local firm that used to be contracted with the city. So I think we visited this subject a couple years ago. We identified $6 million in our current budget that council could do and direct with. You know, the tone of the conversation here today is like we're working really hard to find $100,000, and we may go to the trouble of adding 50 cents, on a water bill, and we're not even utilizing a company that's local, that they will take the uncollectibles that they've already been ran through the internal, they've sat on the shelf, they're old. And so over this next year, knowing that I'm just looking ahead for next budget, I wouldn't try to bring any of that as an anticipation into this. I think we make a decision based on this here today. My recommendation obviously would be to continue with the Vector program, not put the 50 cents on the bill, and just work the 300,000 off to avoid that slippery slope of getting things on that water bill that just never stop. But, why not contract with Purdue and Company and turn them loose? And I don't even know how many million we have, but I think it can go back 10 years. And so, what we're saying is it's on us to make hard decisions and to provide high quality services. It's also on us to make sure that we're collecting on those fees that, when we do go and we spin up this condemnation, demolition, removal, how much has sat on that property that could be collected? So is there any reason that council couldn't direct maybe these gentlemen to get back in the system, because, I mean, who knows, maybe that's your $300,000 this next year.
I
that
would
we could plug
certainly
in.
caution on anything we're collecting, that would be one-time funding and not recurring funding. I would not recommend putting that into raises or something like that.
And I had anticipated this item here. I know you had brought it to me during a regular meeting, and then Mr. Schrott had emailed me as well shortly after that. So I have tasked staff with giving me some information about the history, the before and the after, the internal operations we have that they're doing much of this work here, some administrative burden that they foresee, and so just putting some information to me, but I'd be happy to bring that back to council at a future date.
I think that's great. I just think council, as we kind of get, Councilman Tips and I were talking about a runway. Like, we can see what the ledge is doing. We can see how tight things are getting. Congratulations, Councilman Prescott and Reed, for getting elected in maybe one of the toughest times to ever govern efficiently, effectively in modern day Facebook, with one of the tightest budgets and the all-time increases of all things inflationary. So welcome, but like, you got a tough task. I want to put every tool we have to work. They look like a good tool. I'm just advertising for that in a look ahead. But then with this budget right here, my only ask, council, is that we would work within the 2.7 million in increases, not the 3 million, and not take on that vector control fee at this time. I'm not saying we couldn't put it in mid-year. This is a living document. We can always come back to it. But mid-year or next year, that might be something with some runway you could run on. I think, once again, it's tough to just throw even though it's 50 cents, it's only 50 cents. Like, it'll never only be 50 cents. Councilman?
A couple things on cost recovery. And then also on the Purdue group. I'm all for getting the recovery, but I think it should go out in a bid process, that we should get the best and final. I don't think we should just award a bid to any individual group. I think we need to get the best rates and understand what those rates are.
And this, to that point there, yes, part of my email to the staff would be, if we were pursuing this, we'd be looking at an RFQ process.
Excellent, because we want the best value, not just, I get that it's important, but we would go through the process. If we're going to go cost recovery, there's dollars to be made on tennis. There's dollars to be made on the pools. Clearly, there's dollars to be made on mowing AISD parks that we don't even control. The zoo, the shooting range, and the list goes on and on and on. And if we're going to have to recover, I want my gym membership subsidized by the city if we're going to subsidize activities. I hear that out there in public. Everybody, if we're subsidizing certain functions of resource in parks, it shouldn't be that way. And if we're going to continue to have erosion in profits, we have to recover. I think it's very important that the individuals in the pay study, to go to 600,000, we should be getting everything we can in cost recovery to get the lowest paid people in the city, because we're only as strong as our weakest links in pay. Everyone deserves a raise. And if we don't take care of those folks in a 2.6% environment of unemployment, we're going to lose, and it's going to continually erode our mission. So I think that cost recovery should be continued looked at in all of these things. And with that being said, we need to get that pay study higher.
No,
we didn't even touch seniors. I don't even see anything for seniors in here.
Yes, no, I would agree on two things real quick. I know I've tasked the finance department with looking at this cost recovery topic further. Obviously, we proposed to you several, the environmental health department, the solid waste department, as well as getting closer to the golf department. So those are good first steps towards that very effort there. So I have a meeting planned with Laura and her team here in about a month or so, kind of getting past this process here, start looking at options for us, looking at for other cost recovery methods, bring back to you all for the next fiscal year. And secondly, yes, as your city manager, my recommendation is that you focus on the pay study of the things here. And so we need to focus on the employees that are below market. And so as much as we can put towards that, that's my recommendation to the council.
It already looks like 25, 26 is going to be a 2.6 cost of living across the board for all folks. And so we're just constantly falling behind the fair market price, and we have to figure that out. But I do applaud the work that you guys have done to get us to this point, so thank you.
Well said, Councilman.
The only thing I would also, as long as council's in agreement with this, I noticed with civilians increase, we still have COLA/merit. I would suggest we just go to merit so that we can see maybe some of the employees seeing a greater than 2%. To Prescott's point, to get above that 2.6, the higher performing employees, I think, deserve a little bit better. So if the rest of council's okay with that, I would direct, that we move towards 100% merit.
Man, I'll back you up on that. I think when Councilman Prescott says everybody deserves a raise, I think he means that, right? Every person that works hard to serve the community and puts themselves out there. And we've spoken for 2 years on our local heroes, and that's not just the guys wearing a badge. That's the guy who shows up at 2 a.m. to fix that broken pipe so that you can shower, right? And so I think if we saw those 2, 3, 4%, then I understand the offset on that is that, in any organization where you have 2,500 plus employees, you have some low performing employees, and we're only as good as our weakest link, and we ought to be building the strongest team we have. And so in the organizational interest, merit drives that. And so I think if we're going to get away from that somehow, what I would propose is a community survey. Let's give ourselves a runway here. Let's earn it. So we know where we're going with restricted incomes and revenues. We know we're going to ask them. Let's put a community survey out over this next year. Let's make it easy for our customers to brag on those people that, man, you could be the guy, Tim, that empties the trash for that nice older lady that, she can't lift the lid, but he stops and he gets out to help and do different things. So that gives an opportunity for those guys, but it also gives an opportunity for some of the criticism of where we need to improve that never arises to the surface. So if we drive something like that and we drive more of the merit base, I think we're getting more to run it like a business, and we mean business principles. We understand it's government. We can't run it like a business, but we can run it on good business practices. Did you have something?
I was going to say, again, I think I've anticipated that as well. I've actually drafted an initial survey. I've shared with my CMO staff, and so touching on not all of those ideas, but others as well. And but we're still working on that. OEI is looking at it right now, so I was anticipating bringing some to you all in the next few months here in preparation for the next budget cycle.
Well, I love that. Thank you for being ahead of it, and we look forward to getting that back. Councilman Prescott or Simpson?
One last piece on that. I would really like to have further discussion on the vector control fee. I think that when we go through periods of excessive rain that we've had this year, what is a West Nile? For me personally and my family, is it worth 50 cents to not get West Nile? Yeah, it is. And there's a lot of airborne and there's some different things that are occurring. If you just follow, World Health and different things like that. So I would like to further look at that. So what is that long-term remedy for all of us? And I think that if we educate the public on that, that the 50 cents is well within logic.
So at this point here, I'd say as staff, I'd request kind of a heads up, heads down on the vector fee, so that we can kind of put this thing to rest and move on. So I know I've heard some pros, some negative, and so I think we need some direction. What's the majority of the council looking at when it comes to the vector fee?
So Councilman Prescott, I agree with you. I think it's got value. I'm definitely not recommending not to fund it. I would say we're getting into the latter part of the season, and if we implement something now, I don't know that it's something that we've got to put in place this early. I'd love to give us a little more runway and look at all other options for cost recovery, maybe take some of our projections and see how they work out for the year, make that a high priority as we come into the next budget year. But that's solely because I believe in protecting the water bill. And I just think that one step in that direction with the drainage fee opens that door, and we've got to keep it closed. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a street tax and, a vector fee, and there'll be another one. And so, we're talking about a utility monopolizing the streets that everybody in the city's paid for their entire lifetime of living here. We're now going to increase those costs and a fee just to maintain them. We haven't done our best work yet to even try. bring about a failure first. I mean, we've got a good plan. Donnie's doing a great job. So I just would like to advocate one final time, and then it only takes 3. But my advocation is to prioritize the protection of that water bill for your citizens.
Can I ask a question? Where would the 311 come out of?
I would just reduce it on the, I would probably just reduce it on the total overall. If we're looking at 2.0, I'd be 2.3 net bottom, just because a lot of this is projections and it's a working document. I saw some of your other reports that were coming in stronger, for this year. So maybe some of the hot tax and the other things. Plus, I think you do have quite a bit of growth around the community, and I'm sure Mrs. Storrs has factored that in, but I'd just leave it on the bottom line total. I'd be comfortable moving forward there.
So we don't have to reduce 300,000 on either the pay study or?
If we weren't comfortable, if it's not conservative enough and we want to remove that 300, then I would transfer it over to my actual rate pay, and I would probably look at the 50-75%, which that would give you an extra $1 million. So, I mean, I'm not talking about going that much, but I mean, if you looked at that example back on, flip to that second page, if we're, which I believe you are entertaining increasing commercial fees for solid waste, knowing that you're below market and you're doing a good job on service where we needed vast improvement. Mr. Hooper's brought that. So I think we can justify that. So if you said, let's keep it at the 2 million, not stretch to the 2.3 in the available cash flow, then I would tell you to work that out over here on the scenarios.
Isn't that the same thing, though? If we're putting it on the solid waste, if we're putting it on the water bill or we're putting it on the solid waste bill, we're still putting it somewhere, right?
I think it's not. I think in a bill that I'm paying for, you're already increasing my bill 7% for my solid waste fee. That is an opt-in and an opt-out, correct? Like on the commercial side.
Just on the commercial side.
Right, on the commercial side, I choose to hire Diversified Waste or anybody else like that. When we're looking at the vector fee, I think it's something where it's not tied to that service as much. And so, yes, I agree that there's color in this black and white, not at all like a 50-cent vector fee, though. And I challenge you to hear from your constituents and how they will see it. And so it will be full of color for them. Councilman.
So, okay, I've got a brain. So, and I was for, maybe doing a 75% increase on the commercial solid waste fee and maybe a 50% increase on on the residential. So that was a net increase of $2.54. So, I have to kind of go with Prescott on this. Of going, well, we'd go at $2.54 without blinking an eye, or maybe a little bit, versus doing a 50-cent for the vector fee. And would that 50 cents be only used for that? Would it be strictly allocated? So I look at that and think it can only be used for that. Like we can't pull that and use it for something else. It would simply be only used for the vector.
Yes, for mosquito control and prevention, yes.
So I guess that the logic doesn't work for me. If we're looking at a $2.54 increase on the water bill versus putting a 50-cent fee on the water bill. Mm-hmm. And I see your point of saying, well, it's a whole new fee. It's a whole new fee. Now I get what you're trying to do is protect it. Say, well, we can't keep adding to that. But I think we're talking out of both sides of our mouth. We can't do that. The slippery slope is already there, and we're saying, hey, this fee's already there. Let's just increase it by $2.54 because it's already there.
I love the example. I'm a user of the city. I'm a customer. So once again, I'm going to pay my building safety department for my permits. I know it's going up, yet I consider it an irritant when I see a $10 technology fee on my bill. Like, you just raised my entire permit fee, which I used to pay like $1,100 for, and now it's $2,500 is my permit fee. And it's not that calculation. It's not like we raised it that much, but from project to project and from business. So in adding a fee to a bill, why do you want to take that one on when you're already raising this 7%? So really, whatever we're talking about, whether it's 7%, 8%, all you're saying is that this is calculated into your overall to the tune of $3 million, or $2 million up to $3 million. So if you're going to raise it to 3.3 million, yes, every time I would much rather justify to my customer that I increased their, landfill fee or their solid waste charge than to have to defend the fact that, yep, I created a brand new place for us to continue to revenue money from you. And I agree with you, it'll be an irritant.
But I think it comes down to, we're talking this thing out. I agree that, as we're going to lose, at least 2.5% looking at 1%. So we're losing revenue, right, because of the state, right? And eventually maybe we get rid of property tax.
Well, you're not losing revenue. You're going to increase in revenue as you bring more property on. You continue to grow. You're losing the ability to raise additional revenues without asking your boss.
Right. And I'm not saying I'm not arguing that point, but I'm saying as we grow and our services grow, so to your point, you're correct. So the new builds, and the more that we grow, that's more streets, more drainage, more sewage. So services increase as well.
Yes.
So growth is growth. Growth has got to pay for the growth, right? I mean, so that to me is a net zero, right? But as fees increase, and as we do that, but revenue on existing, the corporate city, as those increase, we don't have any way to capture that. I guess that's just my, and again, no different with the solid waste.
No, and I'm getting off topic a little bit, but you've been instrumental in creating new mechanisms that allow for additional revenues to come into the city. So example is a MUD. So if we can go and create 3,000 new users over the next 5, 6, 7 years over on the west side of town, have the developer put in all of the costs. So it's not coming out of your budget. Then you tie on to his line that he paid for, that his MUD is reimbursing him for. You're also going to charge that user 150% from what you're charging the inside, so that they can remain outside of the city and not pay tax. What a great job in implementing a MUD. That's coming online soon. It will go in. So long-term planning, I think you've got some mechanisms for growth.
And I agree. But nobody's utilizing that MUD yet. Now, I think that we will.
It is.
But not all growth is going to be inside of MUD.
Right.
So, I mean, that's great. And I think it's a great tool. Voted for it. We hashed it out and think it's a great tool. But that's not going to be every bit of growth. I mean, there's going to be builders that are building outside of a MUD for sure.
And the MUD is not going to be in the city generating any property tax until the MUD's paid off.
Yeah.
So I mean, then there's no guarantee that they would come inside the city even at that point.
No, and you're just creating users. So you got trash users, you got water and sewer users, even while they're outside of the city limits. So, and you're charging them 1.5 times. So, it's a really good business model. Here's the other business model that previous council implemented. We've grown your tax rate from 38 cents to 43 cents in 1 year. How did we do that? We took fire apparatus that now costs $1.8 million. When, 6, 7 years ago, it cost $700,000 for that same fire truck. So not only are we being squeezed with, we can't raise additional revenues at whim, but we're also being squeezed on 3x cost almost for that same fire truck, knowing growth is coming. So how did we do that? We put it on a debt, we put it over on the INS side, and nobody's batting an eye about the extra 3 pennies. So you are working in a very mature, balanced way, but it's conservative. Now we also solved another problem of not trying to keep those fire trucks alive for 10, 20 years. We roll that sucker off in 7 years and we get that next one on because it's built into that tax rate. So I'm not concerned with the 300,000, but I promise you no one will remember the MUD, nor will the INS debt service and all of the good that we've done because of 50 cents. I promise, that vector fee, 50 cents is going to go wildfire across, and it just is. It's that slippery slope. We just stay off of that, and I think that's wise for council to avoid that. And all you got to do to alleviate a $300,000 cash flow issue is look at what you're already looking at, which is an increase in solid waste, which I think we're all entertaining.
I just feel like you're on that slippery slope. You're stay off the slippery slope, but I'm on it, and I'm just going to throw more to the solid waste. Does that make sense?
It does, it does, but like, adding a fee is another step down that slippery hill. Agreed? Vector
Agreed,
fee.
but you're also increasing a fee that's on that slippery slope. Like, it's like I'm putting it over here instead of doing a new one, but I mean, to me, it's
I'm going to disagree on that because
Okay.
we weren't on that slippery slope when we went through our budget, and solid waste justified all the additional trash cans and replacements and all the other stuff. Like, we've built up that without feeling like we were going towards a street tax,
right.
right?
So streets, I guess, I mean, or solid waste, are we at cost recovery?
I made the phone calls that you asked me to make.
Hey,
Got the
look at
same
that.
answers.
And they answered?
Yeah, but I got the same answers I got before, so it's really difficult to find those magic numbers. It really is. And I did make the phone calls. Even made another one this morning. So I feel like, and Laura and I were talking about this earlier today, I think that the rate increase we're probably comfortable with is around that 60% mark, because the 60-40 scenario. But again, that's up to you guys to decide where we go with that. But I think we're not that far off. What I did hear from one of them was they felt like we were probably 10 to 15% less than what they were.
Okay, so maybe we're not at cost recovery there. If we take the increase, we're closer, but we're definitely not cost recovery with environmental health, because the state just told us we can't charge the fees for the out-of-town services that we provide. So, again, we're being dictated by the state, and we're suffering. And I mean, we've got to find a way to revenue that. I mean, I think our focus this year, we're all in agreement that it's cost recovery. Well, how do we do that? You know, we're willing to charge more for solid waste, but we can't take those solid waste dollars and go pay for the vector service. So now environmental health is still below. We can't do anything with their fees to help us cost recover. We're spending more than we're charging. That's the business model, like you talked about. Like, we're all about as much as we can run it like a business. Well, that's a failing business.
But
We
you
can't charge.
You are running an overall balanced budget in, like, let's
True.
take transit. We are projecting to lose 1.8 million in grant funding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, like, if you want to charge a fee there. Like, that's in this overall balanced budget. You're now overcoming 1.8 million because you're not cutting services. You could go cut services because the government cut it to you. That would free up $1.8 million, and you could go pay more to staff, but we're choosing not to do that. So do we need to charge a nickel, more on the form of revenue that transit generates? That's a conversation that is not being had because we're only focused very myopically on this one $300,000 line. I'm just saying, don't get hung up on this. Like, this is the world's worst $300,000 you're going to earn, in this budget. Like, don't do it. Both sides of my mouth are saying the same thing. Don't do it. Like, I don't care if you're saying, like, well, it's not this, but, like, I get what we're doing. It's as much as I want to have balanced accounting, and yet I'm held to government accounting principles. It's just part of it.
Well, we got to make a decision here.
Drive us forward, Councilman.
Yeah, I would say this. I'm fine with taking the vector fee off of the water bill option at this time, because I think there's something bigger to talk about here in next year's budget, which is, what are we going to do? I mean, number one, I think looking at cost recovery is the first thing that we need to do, to see where can we recover costs. We haven't mentioned the Civic Center, which is the biggest gap of probably anything we face, and the gap there that has to be filled by hot tax. But I think where I stand is if we take the vector fee off the table for the water bill at this time, see if there's some place in the budget that we can absorb it, and then keep the $995 under. I'm fine with the 75-25, to minimize it on residential, and then, bring us back more into line on commercial.
Councilman Reed.
I do have a problem as we keep adding things to that bill. I agree with you on that, Mayor. But we're kind of at that point that we're forced to do those type of things. I don't like adding those things without getting somebody speaking to the people we work for and feeling how they see it as we add those fees, because there isn't an end to it. Because once you do add The tendency is we can go back and do that. It makes it easy. We don't need to take it out for a vote. We just add it. So it's a dilemma we're in. I kind of agree with what Les is saying here, that right now we table that. One is the citizens already expect their solid waste to be handled. And adding a fee to a percentage to that in increase, they understand that because of what the costs are. And I don't think we get as much of a pushback on it, although we'll hear about it because it still is an increase in their tax. But at this point, we really don't have an option. And we have to do that to keep things running here in the city. Otherwise, we don't collect garbage. Or do we cut garbage back to 1 day a week? Right? We can't do that. You got to move your garbage.
Right.
And so I really think that we table the vector fee right now, knowing that we're going to be hitting the taxpayer with that 7% increase on that utility.
And I'll just weigh in and say I agree. I just wanted to have the discussion, just for good discussion.
Well,
But I would agree that we should table it, look to see what other areas there are, and if we have to look at environmental health and say if we're that tight that then we don't do the vector program. I don't think that that's worth the risk. But I'm just saying we're at that point, like Tim's saying, we're at the point. We got to figure something out. But I would agree. I just wanted to have the conversation with you, but I would agree.
I always like the conversation, and I think it's good to hear it. So, and you make good points. I'm not saying they're not valid. Really good points. Yeah.
So, Council, if I may jump in real quick, if I'm hearing overall consensus and what I'm understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it would be to drop the vector fee, $311,000, but keep the expenses and just have the over/under around the 2.3, 2.4 million range right there. So,
right.
If that's where we're at, I think we have a way forward. We can get this thing wrapped up and bring it back to you all for public hearings.
2575, I think is what you're hearing. 25 residential, 75 commercial.
Correct. Yes.
Councilman.
Just for the record, I don't support dropping the vector fee. If we're looking at it, I don't support that.
So I think, in that overall, Councilman Simpson, did you have anything else you'd like to add? And so, Councilman Prescott, I'm glad to let staff continue in that conversation. And as we move through this next year, I think it'll probably be a topic that they'll want to revisit. So, well stated, and we've got it on the record.
Now, where are we in agreement with the rate increase? Did you say 75-25?
Yeah, 25% residential, 75% commercial. It's my understanding, correct?
That is.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't opposed to your suggestion going like, I know you said 75-50. Even
Right.
75-40, if we can capture some of that.
I would recommend that we do some internal study real quick.
This 100% is just based on our number anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a made-up number. I don't mean that in a bad way, but this 100% is a number that we came up with.
No, it's based off of not having captured the growth and expenses the last few years. And so with the TMRS rate increase, the pay raise increase, and so and then a few other things, this is going back and capturing that so that the department is more cost recovery.
Sure.
So that's how the number work out that direction.
Well, that's what I mean. Going above 100% wouldn't.
Yeah,
100% was our 100%. We could change that. Does it make sense?
Yeah, that's why I want to go back and study, because I want to understand where are we at revenue over expense for solid waste.
Okay.
Yeah.
So bring it back. We've got a little time. We can set the rate, which we know, on the tax rate today.
What I would say, though, I think we can move forward 25-75. We can make an adjustment mid-year if we need to.
Perfect.
So I think we can move the budget with 25-75, drop the vector fee, change over and under by another $311,000, move that towards public hearing, and then as time goes along, we can then bring back some analysis on solid waste in preparation maybe for next fiscal year.
Yes, sir. I think that's great. And I think you're hearing us. I also want you to hear us. I think this is a immense progress from where we were. So we've really worked through the budget to get here, right? I still feel a little disappointment in maybe the interest that we thought we had captured that $4 million just because I didn't understand that wasn't something that we weren't going to depend on for a couple years. But regardless, I think that, the disappointment on our end is just in not being able to pay more, knowing that other municipalities and cities and demand is there. And I know how good it is to live in Amarillo and cost of living that's good, but not everybody sees that when you're looking at a paycheck. So do you have everything that you need to move us forward?
We're going to take it out of reserves, the 311.
Yes, we do, yes.
Okay. Council, any other remarks here before we go ahead and close this one out? Okay, we're going to go ahead and adjourn our work session, and then we're going to take a 15-minute recess. We're going to come back and start our regular scheduled meeting a little late. Thank you, guys. You're adjourned. Welcome back. We are now just 30 minutes behind on schedule for our 3 o'clock meeting. We're going to move right into that, so I'll officially call us to order here today, August 26th. Thank you, as always, for everybody who participated in the discussion earlier and attended this meeting as well. Our invocation today is led by Lieutenant Shane Chadwick, APD. If you come up here, everyone please rise for the invocation. Stay standing for the pledges.
Thank you, Mayor. If you guys will bow your heads with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege of serving this city and for gathering us here to conduct this business. Your word tells us in Proverbs 16:9 that a man's heart plans his way, but that the Lord directs his steps. And we acknowledge our need for your wisdom and strength as we make our decisions that affect the lives of many others. So guide the thoughts and actions of this council and of city management so that every plan set forth is aligned with your will and directed by your hand. Where our understanding is limited, grant us discernment. Where challenges seem overwhelming, grant us courage. And may every step we take be ordered by you towards justice, peace, and the common good. Bless our city with unity, integrity, and compassion, and let our work reflect your purpose and bring lasting benefit to all who call Amarillo home. And we ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen, sir. Thank you. If y'all join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please be seated. All right, Mr. City Manager, do I have any announcements?
No, sir.
Great. We'll move into public comment. Ms. City Secretary, as soon as you're ready to read us in and call the first one up.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we're glad that you're here to share them today. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items or topics related to city policy. Every speaker today will have 3 minutes to address council. You'll hear a beep at 30 seconds alerting you that you have 30 seconds left to wrap up your thoughts. We do have multiple public hearings today, so if you are here to speak on a public hearing item, we would ask that you speak either during that item or during public comment, but not both, in order to help us keep accurate minutes. It's your decision at which point you would like to speak. When you come to the microphone today, please state your name and whether or not you live within the Amarillo city limits. If you're speaking to an item not on today's agenda, the Texas Open Meetings Act limits how our elected officials may respond. Council may respond with a statement of fact. They may ask that your topic be added to a future agenda, or they may refer the matter to the city manager, who can have staff step out with you and visit regarding your topic. Again, thank you for being here today. We have 2 speakers signed up. Our first speaker is Quentin Marquez, and after Quentin, on deck will be Hope McCoy.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stanley, City Council members. My name is Quentin Marquez, and I live here in Amarillo. The Vadio Neighborhood Planning Committee supports economic and housing development in the Vadio neighborhood and throughout our city. On behalf of the board of the BNPC, we would like to express our support of Resolution 082625-1, or on your agenda, 7G. This item considers a resolution dissolving and abandoning the dedication of unaccepted public street and alley rights-of-way to the City of Amarillo, conveying the rights-of-way to adjacent property owners, and retaining easements to the City of Amarillo. This will affect many streets in the Vadio neighborhood, but the BNPC feels that this resolution is necessary for continued revitalization to the area. This resolution is being brought up because the interest from the Wodo Cooper Co., Inc. in their development of the Tecovas Terrace apartment complex. Our BNPC board members and several nonprofit organizations fully support this new apartment complex, which will be a beautiful, safe, and family-friendly environment. The Wodo Cooper Co. Inc. applied and received 9% tax credits from the Texas Department of Housing for the Attainable Housing Project of 80 units. 50% of our families own their homes and 38% of our renters. Our families need more choices for safe and clean apartments in order to live, work, play, and or spend time together in the barrio. We believe that Tecovas Terrace apartments will be an example of what new possibilities can happen when businesses invest in the barrio neighborhood. As you can tell, we are very excited about this new project, and we hope that each of you will support this new attainable housing development along with the resolution as well. Thank you so much.
Next is Hope McCoy.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak about the proposed tax rate, item 9K. Will the residents get to vote on this? Because for myself, I've been a homeowner since '97, a tax-paying citizen, not just increasing tax rates, but increasing on car insurance, home insurance, county taxes, and the list is endless. So upon consideration of what you think the rate should be, please consider all the other factors that us residents have to deal with. But for the taxes we pay, what are we citizens getting in return? Like where I lived before, the streets flooded, and now where I'm at now, they flood even worse because of the water that's pumped in to Thompson Park, then floods out into Pleasant Valley. We don't have drainage out there. We have ditches and culverts. So while we're talking about the water bill for the residents of Pleasant Valley, can we take off our drainage fee? Because we don't have curbs, gutters, or any of that kind of infrastructure. In 2016, there was a $89.5 million bond that passed for street improvements, pavements, signals, sidewalks, etc. But again, where I lived at before in the Heights and where I live now, Pleasant Valley, we don't even have sidewalks. And then for public safety in 2016, a $20.1 million bond was also passed for safety and also for like animal management. But from 2016 to now, as we all know, animal management has not improved at all. There's still wild dogs out there, many feral cats. I mean, that problem is just endless. So where did that money go to? And from what I understand, there's still money left over from the $89.5 million. So why are we still asking for more money right now? Because, as I said, we don't see any improvements on that side of town. You can go up and down 45th, Bell Street, Grand Street. Our streets are Mod Podge together. So where is this money going? And like for myself as an Amarillo citizen, I would like for somebody to come in and build me a $4 to $10 million free facility so I could hang out during the day or at night and not have to worry about going to work and paying taxes. So, I mean, where's this money going to? Where's the common sense in all this is what I'm asking. I mean, do we need to hire a consulting firm for a new, financial management team to better manage our funds that we're already paying? Let's please think about this and get our finances in order for the whole city, for just normal, everyday citizens like myself. Thank you.
That concludes everyone that signed up, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. City Secretary. Do I have anyone here today? Mr. Fisher, if you'd come forward.
I've got a handout. Before my time starts, may I ask for the check register to be put on the agenda in the future to discuss ACHs, deposits, and wire transfers?
Sure, we can get an update on that. I know we were still making some progress, so we can ask staff to put that on in the next couple meetings for sure.
Thank you. My name is Mike Fisher, and I live in the city limits of Amarillo. I'm here to discuss item 8B and 8C. We're talking about spending possibly billions on a wastewater treatment plant, but we've already spent $70 million on this interceptor. Why on earth would we have built this interceptor to send all the sewage from Hollywood plant to the River Road plant if the capacity wasn't there? And the answer is it is there. But it appears that the capacity has been understated because per the city's website, and you can see on your flyer, the first graphic, it shows that we have 28 million MGDs. But from what I was told and from what I've seen, they subtracted 12 million off of the River Road plant to get it right at 75% capacity to initiate this self-reported upgrade that we're supposed to start looking at. The average use of water based on the whole United States of indoor sewage is on 200,000. It's between, I think it's 60 and 75 gallons per day. That adds up to right at on the high end. You can see the graph on the back side of that paper. On the high end, it's the one on the left. It's still well below the trigger, which is the yellow one. That's the trigger. That's 75%. It looks like we're being sold this kind of like these other things that they're trying to sell us, like street taxes and these other fees to pad the budget to make up for all these shortfalls, or what people call, they say they're not shortfalls. If you don't have the money, it's a shortfall. Let me get back to where I was here. River Road handles 16 MGDs. Hollywood handles 12 MGDs, or millions of gallons per day, a total of 28 million. Yet we're being told there's a risk of a collapse. We better do this quick, and we're being sold on this. And I'm sure, and just the same week that we're going to be getting an update, we just had a spill or something last week, and so we don't get the information when there's like an officer involved, possible DWI hit and run. We don't get the body cam footage. We don't get the range information when that money's stolen. We don't get, that doesn't get reported. But when there's a spill out in the middle of nowhere that possibly they could have not told anybody about, the media knows about it on the same day. What's up with that? So we're being sold a narrative to create a $2 billion, $3 billion facility that processes waste. Texas Stadium cost $1 billion, and they process a whole lot more crap than our city facilities would. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. We appreciate you. Yes, sir, Mr. Feingold, if you'd come forward.
Alan Feingold. I live within the city limits of Amarillo. Mr. Fisher is entirely too nice about this. What the proposal is, or at least what it is rumored to be, is a wastewater treatment facility for $3 billion. That would effectively bankrupt this city, even though you wouldn't call it that. What's even more outrageous is the gross failure of this city to maintain its wastewater treatment facilities, particularly during the last 7 years. The reference that is made in your agenda to the Hollywood Road treatment facility should have a detailed description of the failure to maintain the weirs, that is, the bridges that are essential to the operation of that facility, and the failure to replace the sludge rakes, which keep the sludge moving so that those cylinders, which are known as your clarifiers, can operate. The failure to have those operate during May and June of 2023 is what caused the flooding in the floodplain around the Hollywood Road treatment facility. But the really great thing you should talk about is the facility that is at River Road for the control of the electrical panels, known as the MCC panels. Those were supposed to be replaced at a cost of $1.875 million. It is essential that those panels be replaced in order that you have a safe operating electrical system for the pumps that operate the River Road treatment plant. Those were never replaced. It was an essential item, and it was shrugged off by the individual or individuals responsible for capital improvements to your water and utility systems and your wastewater treatment facility. Before you do anything about having a new wastewater treatment plant, you need to go over into detail what was not done previously, either at the Hollywood Road treatment plant or at the River Road treatment plant, as well as the enormous cost overrun that was incurred with the Northeast Connector. It was originally estimated to be done at $25 million. It now exceeds $72 million in cost. Thank you.
Do I have anyone else here who would like to offer public comment? Please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no one, we're going to go ahead and close Section 6 here, public comment. We will move on to item number 7, consent agenda. Council, do I have anything that you'd like to pull off for further discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second from place 4. Any further discussion, gentlemen? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to discussion, we will go ahead and start with any reviews over these discussion items that council may request. Item 8A. Okay, we'll move into item 8B, Hollywood Road Wastewater Treatment Facility. Mr. Hooper, you're going to walk us into this presentation.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I want to talk about we were asked by Councilmember Prescott to bring back an update of where we're at in the process. There have been a lot of things that have occurred since the last time that we updated you, or the original meeting where I came and presented this. First of all, we have 2 new council members that are sitting on the dais as well. So kind of give you a little bit of history about this during this presentation and talk about where we're headed and where we're at right now. So the purpose of the presentation today, we're going to talk a little bit about a pivot in the project approach that we have, and we're calling that a pivot because we're shifting a little bit of the direction that we're moving on this, and this is really all a part of the process of where we're supposed to be at right now. Analyzing, looking at every option that we have as we move forward with the plan. We'll also be updating on some site visits that we've taken, some discussions with some other cities related to very similar wastewater projects that they have successfully completed and are successfully completing now. We'll give you an update on our River Road wastewater treatment plant assessment that is underway now. We'll also be discussing some other tasks related to the preliminary engineering report that is underway, as well as discussing the current project task and discuss some of our next steps. So for those that are new on the council, kind of update you on the history of this. We talked about in our last presentation the need for upgrading and expanding our wastewater treatment facilities. In particular, we talked about the Hollywood Road plant, but we also mentioned in there other pieces of River Road and infrastructure, et cetera. It mainly related to capacity challenges, immediate challenges with permitting issues, growth-related challenges when you start looking at businesses that we know are planning to come here, and also just projected growth numbers from our planning department over the next 25 years. Aging facilities as well. Hollywood, over 60 years old, with the last major upgrade to that in 1995. Our River Road plant, 100 years old, with the last major upgrade to that taking place in 2002. And at River Road, there have been a couple of other upgrades that have taken place since 2002, but again, just emphasize the word major on that upgrade there. Just remind you of the TCEQ 75-90% rule. Basically what that says is on the 75% rule, if the average daily flow hits 75% of the permitted design flow for 3 months. Once it does that, that triggers that. And you can't go back and say, okay, we're okay now, we're under the 75. It's 75. Once you hit that for 3 months in a row, we must initiate engineering and financial planning and facility expansion and or upgrades. We're currently in that process as we speak. Now, the 90% rule is if the average daily flow hits 90% of the permitted design flow for 3 months in a row, then we have to again begin obtaining authorization from TCEQ to begin construction on a facility, expansions or upgrades, other things that are going to be fully in motion. I can talk a little bit more about that as we go through this presentation as well, because one of the cities that we met with is actually at the 90% rule as we speak. I want to go over this slide again just to let you know and to let the public know in particular. There's a lot of numbers that are being thrown around, and those are numbers that did come from us. But again, just want to remind everybody where we're at in this process. First of all, we had to identify a project based on whether that's from a master plan, specific needs, a special project, public concern, council initiative, et cetera. And that's what identified the projects that we have in front of us now. And you began with a preliminary ballpark conceptual estimate based on some known data, information related to the project. So the original numbers that we hesitantly gave you during that first presentation were in that range of that $2 to $3 billion number. Again, I say hesitantly because this is the stage that we're at right now. We really don't have a good handle on what this project is going to cost, and I think we articulated that during that meeting when we talked about this estimate. So again, keep in mind, ballpark numbers. When we get the preliminary engineering report done, that's the investigative summary talking about the feasibility, better defined cost estimates. Now we'll be able to get and hone that price in a little bit closer to where we think it's going to be. And we're in the PER process right now, but it's far from complete. Once we get finished with that, we'll of course have an opinion of probable construction costs. That will come when we're at about a 30% design into the project once we have a scope and we actually have design underway. So that's still far out as well. Once you start to do that and you have that scope, you can really hone in on what we think the estimated cost of the project is going to be. But as I mentioned in the last presentation, the bid portion of that is the only time during this process that we'll know the actual cost of this project. So just precautionary going forward with some of these numbers. I think you're going to be happy with what you see today in the direction that we're going. There's a CMAR piece in there that's going to happen at some point in time, and basically what that is a construction manager at risk that we're looking at entering into that contract with them at some point in time between now and when we get that scope delivered for the design of the actual project. So we are very preliminary investigative into this entire project for wastewater treatment upgrades. The original concept that we had, and we brought to you last time in the presentation, was to build one centralized wastewater treatment plant that handles all the wastewater in Amarillo. We talked about that being located near the Hollywood location. We have property that sits surrounding the Hollywood location to the west and to the northwest where we have ability to expand and create green space construction. That facility would be designed, what we talked about would be for the next 25 years of projected growth. And we had numbers that were very good numbers from our planning department. We also knew of industry that is looking at coming here within the short range and some in the long range as well. But we were targeting about a 25 years projected growth, and that's where those big numbers came from. River Road Wastewater Treatment Plant converted to a large lift station. So basically that would send all the waste back up to the Hollywood plant to be treated there, which of course would include construction of an interceptor pipeline that would go from River Road to Hollywood Road. So that was the original concept that we brought to you the last time that we were here. Please keep in mind as well that Floyd has been involved in this project. Floyd and I have had many conversations about this. Jerry Danforth and I inserted into this project really right about the first of the year. So we really hadn't sunk our teeth into what we wanted to dig through the piles of data, look at all the reports that have already been done, look at what happened in 23, start going through all those things that some of our commenters have even talked about where we could kind of get a good eye and get a good feeling about where we were going. Well, Jerry and I had many discussions amongst each other saying, hey, we're not really comfortable with this 25-year look. I think we need to bring that back to about a 10 to 15-year look. We spoke with Mr. Path about that and had many strategy meetings where we were talking about the direction that this project needed to go and started coming up with some ideas. So we evaluated our approach to the project. One of the things we did was we analyzed the existing plant operations concept where we had 2 plants versus a single centralized plant. We want to look at that again and go back into that. We met with our consultants and we said we want to dig deeper into this. Now, keep in mind, the consultants had already been down this path as well, but they had been given a direction on what direction they felt like the city was wanting to go on this project and started producing toward that. So we went back and opened that box back up and said, let's get back in there and look at this again. We did note that there's 54 lift stations currently operating across the city of Amarillo, so they have a purpose. We also know that there's more expenses associated with infrastructure and operations when you're bringing a pipeline all the way across the city from one plant to the next. We also evaluated the ability to possibly rehab or repurpose portions of the aged Hollywood facility in conjunction with constructing a smaller new facility that would provide capacity for 10 to 15 years instead of looking at a 25-year look. Let's narrow that back down. Evaluated upgrading the River Road plant instead of converting it to a lift station. We also evaluated landlock issues with the River Road plant because we discussed that in the last time we met with the council about this. We are landlocked on that property. However, we're not landlocked outside of that actual plant property. So we wanted to look at that a little bit closer. We also want to evaluate the flood control and floodplain issues that currently exist at the Hollywood Road. As we did this, the conclusions we came up with were the ability to rehab and repurpose portions of the Hollywood plant in conjunction with construction of a smaller new facility would provide capacity for 10 to 15 years instead of that 25-year look. What that does is it allows today's ratepayers to pay for today's upgrades, tomorrow's ratepayers to pay for tomorrow's upgrades. So we thought that was a very good direction to start heading down as well. And again, many, many hours spent on this in meetings and discussions with professionals, consultants, internal staff. River Road Plan assessment, the conclusion there was determined we would need to do an assessment. We put that before council. You approved that. We started that assessment and we're working down that road now. We believe that we should be able to take that plant and move it forward, continuing in operation. It's going to take some work to do that, but we think that we can. River Road Plan is not landlocked outside of its existing property lines, as I just mentioned. Also, flood control and floodplain issues at the Hollywood plant can be controlled by other means and methods. In other words, you don't have to necessarily build just green space. That's not the only solution that you should have. There's also the ability to build flood walls, different things that you can actually dig out the ply. There's lots of other means and methods that you can accomplish the same thing. With that said, Jerry and I took a trip to Austin to visit the Walnut Creek wastewater treatment facility, and the reason that we did that is because they faced a lot of the same similar issues that we're facing. There were 3 big ticket items that we were looking at when we started down this process. First of all was the permitting issues that we have. Second of all would be the capacity associated with that. They're both the 60-year-old plant, 100-year-old plant, floodplain issues. They were facing the same thing in Austin. We made some contact there, actually know some people that are with Austin Water. We were able to get in and go down there and make a trip down there. These are the similar items there. The flows exceeded 75% of the treat capacity in 2015, and they surpassed the 90% rule in 2024. So they're already at 90% now. They're located in a flood zone, and their plant is 50 years old. So very similar to what we were doing. The photo there is a picture of, you can't see everyone that is in that meeting. There's about 7 other people that are behind me. I was the one that took the picture there, but they were all sitting at the tables behind us. But they rolled out the red carpet for us. They brought all their process engineers in. They brought their directors team in with us, and we just had a very frank conversation about how they accomplished what they accomplished. And we wanted to throw some ideas off of them if they felt like we were going down the right path with both the options that we were looking at, with our favorite approach, this new approach that we're giving you here today. Their expansion project would add treatment about 25 million gallons per day. Our expansion is relatively close to what we think we should be designing here for our expansion of our plants here. So we knew that those numbers are close to it. It's another reason we went there. And that's just a photo of us walking around the plant with Ms. Rolson, who is very, very good at what she does. She's been with Austin Water for a while. She's the director of Austin Utilities, and they have a very large operation there. The Walnut Creek Wastewater Treatment Expansion Plant has a lot of projects associated with it. New 25 MGD nutrient removal plant, influent pipe, outfall pipe, treatment conversions, nutrient removal. They're putting in UV disinfection, a wet weather treatment facility they sit right on a creek, so they need to have a place that they can treat the waste during wet weather events. They're also building a flood wall in town around the entire facility. And then their renewal projects, they're renewing one of their large headworks at their existing plant. They have 2 of those in existence. One of them are being rebuilt. The other one has already been rebuilt. Also an influent lift station. So a lot of similarities, but there's also a lot of differences too. They deal with phosphorus issues and things that we don't have to deal with here at our plant. So some of their processes and their build are a little different. Cost of their expansion project, and again, that's a 25 MGD project, is $1.4 billion. Expected completion is 2032. So that's a 7-year project for them. They're just now starting. In fact, the 2 construction cranes were being erected as we were there, and they were just starting on this project. Interestingly enough, in our conclusion, at the end of a long day of discussing and going through a lot of things, they concurred with us that our approach and confirmed the feasibility of going the direction that we're moving now, which would be to have the 2 plants versus a single plant with rehab components in those. This was just an email that was sent out. I thought this was good to add this to the presentation because Ms. Rawlson sent this right after we left and got back. Just very appreciative of our visit there. But I think what was interesting about it is that during the meetings, they asked us a lot of questions about what we were doing. And she felt like when we were wrapping things up that they learned some things from us as well. And I think that's what a great collaborative relationship should have, is both sides talking, both sides entertaining each other's ideas. And they certainly did that. And not only that, but we built some partners that we can lean on for anything during this project. We've got contacts for all of them. We are constantly emailing. In fact, I just emailed one of them the other day asking a few questions about some items that we talked about there. So we built some great relationships, and I think it's going to help us with the massive undertaking that we have in front of us here. I want to put this up there just to give you, this is just part of the update. The River Road Condition Assessment is currently underway. That photo was taken last week. We had about a 5-hour meeting. And the thing that's interesting about this photo is that is everyone from Kimberly Horn that is on their team. That is everyone from our CP&DE team that is involved in this. And then that is everyone that is in our process that works the plant. The people that run the River Road plant and the Hollywood plant are in this meeting. We're discussing all the components. Over 1,000 components at River Road were field analyzed, were brought back. They're starting the analysis now on where those are at, how long they will be able to last us, and we'll be getting a finalized condition summary of that and a table of that from that 8/14 meeting. So we're excited to get the results of that. I know the preliminary results. We had about a 2-hour meeting yesterday with the consultants where Jerry and I were visiting about some of the in-depth pieces of equipment or pieces of data that they had on the equipment. And I was pleased with what I'm looking at, because what we're trying to do is make sure that we can get that plant through the construction process for one, and it can continue to operate as a wastewater treatment plant moving forward. So our next steps, and again I mentioned that we're early on in all this process, would be to finalize our database of assets at River Road. That's key. That's number one. They predicted in the beginning, and I say they as in Kimberly Horn, that we would have this finished at the end of October. We asked them if it was possible, if they could move that up to the end of September. They're delivering it supposedly next week. So I think we're way ahead of schedule on that. Very pleased with that. And I might comment on one thing too. We're not in a hurry. I know that was mentioned a moment ago. We're not in a hurry. We're trying to deliberately take our time through this process, but to make sure that we meet our TCEQ requirements, but we're being very deliberate in taking our time and making sure that we get this project right. Analyzing useful life of each of the assets and assign risk scores to those. That's part of that database assessment. We'll be determining the functional capacity of the facility itself and make rehabilitation projects recommendations for River Road, not only to keep it in operation, but also what those CIPs would look like moving forward in that whole project. And I think in saying that, we know we're going to have some CIP items at River Road that will be added to the full scope of this job, as well as, just like we have at Hollywood Road right now, we have projects that we are undertaking at Hollywood Road that are going to benefit us moving forward, because we're making rehabilitation projects right now as we speak. So we know that's all going to be a part of the equation as well. Current tasks that we have is plant sizing and phasing. We have not determined the total sizing that we need yet, because now we have to go back and we're going to be looking at where that divide is, what flows to River Road, what flows to Hollywood, what growth, what portion of the community that growth is expected in, to make those calculations to get the sizing and phasing recommendations and be able to bring those forward. That includes the rehab options for both Hollywood Road and the River Road wastewater treatment plant. New cost estimates based on that River Road assessment. We're going to have to wait and see what we have there to see what kind of CIPs we'll be looking at, and the new direction, design, and construction to see what those estimates, again, the high-level ballpark estimates would be. We don't have that number for you today. I was asked this by one of my staff members. They said, well, what number are you going to put out there today? And I said, well, we don't really have a number. I just know that it's going to be less than what we gave you before. And if you look at the number that they gave us when we were in Austin on a 25 MGD facility that's at 1.4 million, I think I'm confident in saying that that number is going to be that or less. That's what we're hoping for. TCEQ discharge permit is one of our current tasks as well. That discharge permit is very important with where we discharge that water from the Hollywood plant, and which includes the stream modeling, Hollywood Basin master plan, and piping analysis. And by the way, we'll be meeting with and have been having conversations with, and will continue to have conversations with Lake Tanglewood, which is one of our discharge points. We are talking right now about moving a discharge point closer to the plant. We're in conversations with them about that right now, and I know we even have a meeting set up for next week to talk a little bit further about the plan moving forward with what we will discharge to from Hollywood there, plus what we'll discharge as well from River Road, and continue with those plans. We'll continue to analyze funding opportunities, but we'll also be analyzing restrictions and potential funding sources. One of the things that I learned from not only there, but also from another city that we talked to in Georgia that just went through a very similar project to ours, is that make sure that you vet those funding sources that are coming to you, because some of them have a lot of strings attached to them that will take over your project and could delay it. I think all money is good money for us, but sometimes you have to really analyze those. So we're looking at them really close and just making sure that what we're doing is it's good money for the citizens of Amarillo. Analyze all the potential GMP items. That's guaranteed maximum price items. When you do a CMAR contract, you can actually break that up into separate GMPs inside of that contract. And what it allows you to do, for example, at the Austin plant, we noticed that one of the things they did is they're already constructing their flood walls, because it has nothing to do with the design of the plant. They know they have to do it, so they have a separate GMP for that. They can already move forward, start construction on that while they're under design for the rest of the plant. We'll be analyzing what items we'll be adding to our GMPs for design. We'll also be finalizing interceptor needs and incorporating into the design scope, such as the Southwest interceptor that is really important for growth. Effluent discharge points, routing and alignment, I talked about that just a moment ago. And then, of course, our CMAR and design contracts will be something that we'll start working on sooner than later. There's a process and a method to the madness, but there are literally weekly meetings that happen regarding this project. There are bigger meetings that happen bi-weekly. I don't know that there's probably a day that goes by that we don't meet internally as staff about something that has to do with this project. So there's a lot of pieces going on. But again, I want to emphasize to you, council, and to the public that we're still analyzing. We're still looking at every possibility that we can so that we can get the least expensive, most necessary pieces of equipment that we can put in these plants to make them operable, but still have a growth component in there for the next 10 to 15 years. So with that, that's pretty much what we had for an update. I wish we could give you more at this point in time, but I think we'll be able to do that. I think the last thing I'll add is that we will continue, and I don't know at what rate you would like us to do that, but we'll continue to provide you updates as we move forward through this progress, and we don't want to wait too late to give those to you. And if you have any questions right now, I'll try to answer those if I can. If not, I've got people here that probably can.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. Fantastic presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for looking outside the box to save us money and get the results that we need.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Can we get clarity on, maybe not today, but in a future meeting, can we get clarity on what the actual percentages are and a little bit of history when we triggered the 75% rule? I don't know if you can do that today, and where are we truly at on those million gallons per day at each location? Because I know once we hit the 75% rule with the TCEQ, that starts that. And so really, where are we at in terms of capacity? What does it look like when we're going to approach the 90% rule? And then that would alleviate some of these concerns. Are we there? Are we not there? And
Sure.
where do we see that data?
Yeah, we can do that. If it's okay with you and the rest of the council, I'd like to incorporate that into our next presentation. We didn't really prepare to do that for this one, but we can certainly include that in our next presentation to you.
To me, that would be wonderful. But just to give us clarity in where we've been and where we're going, so we have that data available to everyone.
Absolutely, we can do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council? So I've got a few here. Can we go back to where the concept came from for maybe one and reroute, the River Road treatment plant into a lift station?
Just where all that concept came from?
Yes, sir. Where was that driven from? Why was that the thought process? What were the potential benefits you guys were looking at? Because it doesn't seem like consolidation would be the typical way forward for the engineering firm.
Yeah, and that was really the reason we went back and started looking at it again. And I think Floyd may be able to answer a little bit that better than I can. We came on board late in the project, but I know that there was several meetings where all of the options were laid out on the table. And again, keep in mind, I think the best way to answer that, and Floyd, correct me if I'm wrong, is that during the preliminary discussions, every option is thrown on the table. Those are all discussed in a big meeting, and there was some conversations about they felt like the direction to go with a single plant was probably the best route to take. And I can't really go into the reasoning behind that, but maybe Floyd can.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll add on to what Donnie put into that. So when you were looking at this originally, we had started down the path of the Hollywood Road and then the River Road later. But as you identified those roadblocks with River Road, landlocked, other issues, especially with funding a wastewater plant now and then 5 years later, that was where that concept evolved from is it really something that we're going to do is build a plant and then 5 years later expand another plant with this cost? Or is it feasible to do one plant and change the function, how you function with your system? So those concepts, it was at the time evaluating every opportunity that you'd have within it, and building one plant at a time did have some benefits of cost effectiveness if you were going to be in construction of both plants at the same time. So that out of that came the evaluation of the River Road plant, the detailed summary. So you heard earlier that some projects were delayed at River Road because first off they were underscoped, but this detailed evaluation of the entire plant was what was necessary to know where you were at River Road. Everything was up in the air, a little bit unknown with River Road. We had more knowledge of what the challenges were at Hollywood Road, but we had to get this evaluation, and that's what evolved into the evaluation so that we got onto the right spot. Does that help answer your question?
One other piece to that, too, is we were going down the road of 25 years worth of growth. That was discussed heavily in those meetings. So the direction that the consultant was given was that we really want to look at that bigger picture. I think where we made the pivot the most was, well, let's scale that back. I think we're still going to land at the same spot in 25 years. I do. I think you're still going to have to do something, maybe not with a centralized plant, but with what you're going to have to do as far as expenditures, upgrades. If we continue to grow, you're going to have to build another module into that plant. Pretty soon you're going to have a larger plant at some point in time if we continue to grow. There was a lot of ifs in there, and that was what challenged me a little bit, was that, well, I think we can really hone in on 10 to 15 years a lot easier looking at growth projections than we can at 25. That's kind of where that came from. So I don't think anybody did anything wrong in those moves. I think it was just, that's exactly what we're supposed to be doing, is looking at it deeper, digging into it deeper, revisiting everything, talking about it again so we can make sure that we get this right.
Well, I think that's what we appreciate is the willingness to pivot and then go back. Let's look at that original concept. Maybe we need to look at other ideas and avenues forward. So it doesn't sound like there was anything that would be like a pretty heavy weighing benefit there, other than you had some landlock issues and maybe if you were trying to stretch 25, 50 years of potential, you need one big massive
Yeah, that's correct.
Industrial plant.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know the current capacity on Hollywood and River Road, like average?
The averages, I don't know. Do you know, Floyd?
Well, to me, that's two questions. The capacity is 16 and 12.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
like
permitted
what's-
capacity.
So the
Operation-
permitted capacity
Back
is-
to his question, what actually is coming in the plant every day, I don't have those in front of me.
But we'll get those for that next presentation. I think that's where we were going back to Mr. Prescott's question too.
And I think I'd heard it backwards a couple different times. It's 16 at Hollywood and 12 at River Road, or it's the other
River
way?
Road, 16.
So River Road's actually the larger plant, but it runs less, correct?
Actually,
Well,
we got to get those numbers there.
There's some other considerations that go into that. So when you start talking about flow of these plants, or you really start thinking about what we can treat to a certain, and I'm going to struggle with the words of this, but based on some of the contracts that we have, which are pretty stringent, and the effluent water that we send to Xcel Energy has to have certain treatment methods done to that, a certain product that comes to them. So because of that, it does knock that capacity down on what you're treating because of what you're having to do. And it's very complex, and would have to have an engineer explain that to you on how that works. But
So I think that's good. If we can get that feedback, I know it's Councilman Prescott's request. And can you also bring the affluent potentials back? I think what we'd like to know is do we produce 4 MGD on average of affluent, but we could produce 8 or whatever. So we're unfamiliar, uneducated in the process of refining that and what actually comes out. You may put 12 in, but do you get
yes, sir.
2 out?
I would love to add that to the presentation as well. I think that'd be great.
I think that's going to be really helpful.
Sure.
Any biofuel values available? So at one point, we were getting hit up on every company across the nation that wanted to come in, have us offload our water in front of our plant, let them extract the biofuels out, put it back in line, and then we treat it. It always came with a hook that never materialized. They could never produce a plan. They could never produce an estimate. But if you had anything like that, is there anything we could look at for the value of those biofuels that would increase our affluent capacity, maybe even increase our capacity long term? So you may only be designed into 10 years, but with that piece in there, would it stretch it to a 15, 20-year capacity?
And I'm going to let, that was all pre-me, and I'm going to let Floyd answer that one as well.
Mayor, that hit the nail on the head of one of the reasons why you were talking about combining the plant. When you looked at the ability to produce biofuels and these other alternatives at a wastewater plant, there's a capacity requirement to get there. And building a 12 million gallon plant, a 16 million gallon plant, really doesn't make that economically feasible from what we saw on the data from some engineering firms that you could be successful with those alternative products. But you get to 24 to 30 million gallon plant, and those come into play and are successful. So when you looked across the nation and we looked at plants, 30 MGD plants can produce biofuels successfully. 12 million gallon plants can't. That was one of the factors that looked at the combined plant.
So I think when we get those numbers back, we'll know better. Do we have 30 MGDs of, potential fuel there, or are we running less than that and we really have, more time in front of us before we get there?
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
When we look at the, are we setting up long-term contracts right now with Fermi for wastewater, Xcel? Are we looking at price recovery on the cost of this at, say, 40 cents or 60 cents per 1,000 gallons, something like that? Have we started that in our cost?
We are not setting up we have not set up any effluent contracts with Fermi at all, or even had discussions about that.
All right. Can we do that?
That would be up to Fermi, I believe, to,
or
and
just any user, of this water to help us facilitate this build out. There's a viable commodity there.
Yeah, I think our approach on that was everything that we have now is accounted for, okay, with what goes to Tanglewood, what goes to Xcel. But we know if we see growth from this, there could be a potential in the future for some other effluent to be sold in a contract to some company like that that's building a large facility. So I know they would be interested in it, but we've already talked about the capacity of that. We just don't have anything to offer them at this point in time.
Thank you.
I think we'd be open to the discussion, though.
Councilman Prescott, I'd like some feedback on your end. Here's one thing that I think could be a good idea. This will be the largest project we've taken on, hundreds of millions of dollars. It sure seems like a subcommittee might be of value in communicating back and forth to the community, communicating back and forth to council. What I think I hear you saying is you want to engage with council members independently. You want to make sure we're doing a lot of forward-facing, updates here at council. I think that's good. However, I can't help but think we might have a pretty good asset in Councilman Prescott with what he does for a living very well. And he probably has an interest, I think, in this when you factor in the other components for longevity of the city and everything. So if we were to have a council member on a committee, what would that look like? And then here's the other thing. I like Kimley Horn fine, but I also like the fact that, engineers are a little bit predictable. They usually ask a few good questions and then they just take off and design it. And then they come back when it's 90% done. I know you're going to stop them at 30. But the pivot here is a good example of how good staff is doing. What can we do to work hand in hand with you so that we don't become another meeting you need to make? We're collaborating in those as that's going, and those additional good ideas are coming, from maybe a couple good community members as well as a council member working with staff. What does that look like for you, Mr. Hooper?
Well, that's an interesting question. I know that we're in it so much, and there's so many things that are happening. We'd have to kind of go back and look at that. I don't think we'd be opposed to it, but I would have to pitch that over to Mr. Path and get his thoughts on that, on how that would be formed and how that would actually function with that group. Like I said, we are meeting day in and day out about this project, and there's so many different aspects to it, but I think we could figure out a way to make that work, no doubt about it.
And I'm not offering your time, and it would be an investment. I just wanted to put it out because I don't know if you hadn't heard that. Maybe you would just be looking as a council member, how can I get involved? How can I stay updated? We could formalize that in a subcommittee that makes it easier to bring it back to council. Just your first take at that.
I mean, absolutely not. I don't know anything about wastewater. It was all a political ploy to get up here. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I would love to be part of anything
okay.
I could. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, we're gonna freeze that on the record. So no.
But I think it's important to note too that regardless of how that moves, I still think we need to give the public frequent updates and communication on where we're at on this project because it is huge and we have all the information and we have the data, and I think the more we pass it along, the better off we are. So whether that's working in conjunction with Mr. Prescott or however we determine to do that, I think it's just important to keep doing it.
We agree totally, and those frequent updates are going to be even more well received when they're coming from staff with staff's expertise on it. They're balanced with council's involvement, I think, of yep, that's what it is, and then some of the day-to-day stuff. I think we would be good to be kind of arm's length on. I'm not offering necessarily myself. I think it would be hard to have multiple council members together and coordinate schedules. And so I think if we just had one, and I would nominate Mr. Prescott because I think it's right in his wheelhouse.
Sure. Let me throw this out there too. We've been talking about how we're moving forward with this project as far as the involvement is concerned with different stakeholders. Okay, so in other words, right now we're working internally. We're working with our consultant. We're working closely with environmental. It's a pretty small group now, but we know eventually that bond council is going to be coming to those meetings. We know that we're going to be adding other stakeholders to it, and I think at that point in time will be a great time to insert a council member or whatever we want to that bigger group that's going to have the larger conversations, including like our grant folks. There's going to be much larger meetings with much larger stakeholders in it. It's not down in the weeds right now with the planning portions of it. And I'm not opposed to it now either, but
okay.
I think that'd be a good insertion point as well.
Okay, nothing we've got to decide on today. I want to get to Councilman Simpson's questions, but then just as a look back, I think as we move forward, Councilman Prescott would love to see where you feel like you fit the best in that as we walk it out.
A couple of questions. cities across the country, municipalities are doing wastewater treatment, why is it so complicated? I mean, what makes it so where it's like each individual city has to not reinvent the wheel, but figure it out? It would seem, what makes this so complicated?
Well, treating waste is a complicated process. And it's interesting that you brought that up, and I'll answer it this way. I was at a conference recently. I met with some folks from Georgia that just had a similar project to ours, talking to them about their processes. And one of the things that he mentioned to me exactly was that. He said, it's so complicated to get these designed. It looks like a bunch of concrete boxes that are out there, and it looks like there's some water flowing through it. But the process that takes place to get the good bugs to fight the bad bugs, to get the right nutrients in the water, and all those processes that take place are what makes it the most complicated. It's the science behind it, I think, more than anything that makes it complicated and expensive. And the equipment is not cheap as well. That's a very corrosive environment. Just an expensive process. It's interesting that Mr. Fisher brought up Texas Stadium, because I brought that up just recently in a meeting that I was at. I said, it's crazy that you can build a facility like that at that price tag of, like, I think it was $1.2 billion or something when they built that. And we're talking about wastewater treatment plants. The one that was in Georgia, I think it was close to $2 billion when they finished it, or $1.5 billion, $2 billion, somewhere around there, and they started it in 21.
Yeah. My follow-up question is, I don't anticipate these are going to get any cheaper to build as time goes on.
They're not.
So why not invest? I mean, I know it's a hefty price tag, but why not invest now at looking at expanding it to be able to last longer, rather than to build it now and then build another one 20 years down the road that's double or triple the cost?
Well, I think the way that we're looking at designing it is exactly the way we're looking at designing this is being able to operate the two plants. You make rehab, you rehab what you can, you build new where you can on those to make them operable, and then you build your new facility where it's expandable. In other words, when you need to add another train, just like we did with the existing wastewater treatment plants, that's what you're going to do, is you're going to expand and add another train to it so that your capacity goes up. But we need to have the green space to do that on, which we have at Hollywood, and we should be able to expand in the future. It's just not putting the burden right now on the taxpayers today.
I understand that, but I mean, as long as we feel like it's not, I mean, if you buy your HVAC unit and you might buy the cheaper one, but you probably would have got a longer lasting buying the more expensive one, but at that time you said, here's what I want to pay. Is it just so long as it's not penny wise and pound foolish? Yes, we're building it, but just to make sure that, while it would be a bigger upfront investment, over the course of time, it might be less of investment to the ratepayers longer term.
Sure, understood. And I think that's the direction we're going. All of these are, if you've got the space, you can expand these plants. I'll just say that. And if you have something you want to add, Floyd, I know you're.
Well, I was going to add to that, and you touched on it. So one of the benefits of this shorter time frame is that you can build it expandable in that time frame at a reduced cost over new construction. You actually build some of the components now that are going to benefit that expansion. So it's not a complete new plant at that expansion point.
Yeah, and you're also repurposing some of the units that you have there. Like a clarifier at our existing plant may not be a clarifier when we get done with this. It may be another process that we're able to use for sludge removal or something like that. We're putting a new purpose to it. We're not building brand new construction for that. And that would be the process moving forward as well.
Yeah, we wouldn't be building a plant that only lasts 15 years. The components we build now will last years beyond that. Just instead of building components we don't need today, have them sit for the next 10, 15 years, we'll do that 10, 15 years from now when the growth has now caught up with us. We need to expand. So you'll still need what you build now 15 years from now. So we just now, at that point, you'll have the growth to justify the expansion beyond that.
Yeah, that's a great way to answer that. We're really talking about capacity for the next 10 to 15 years.
And is it generally a 30-year bond on the debt?
30 or 40.
We'll just have to evaluate. There's not as much of a market for a 40-plus year bond. So we may be looking at 30 to 35, but we'll just see what the market will allow at that point.
And we're still pursuing we have been getting some favorable results back from TWDB for low interest loans. And so they have I want to say it's a 30-year on theirs. Is that right, Floyd? So there's going to be there's going to be multiple financing options we're looking at here. Some TDBD, some just local bonds, a little bit of smidgen of grant funding from the Army Corps of Engineers. So there's going to be different aspects that may time out differently in the long run.
And when do we anticipate getting to kind of the rate study or talking about rates and when and all that?
So we just had a conversation with Nugent Consulting here about 2 weeks ago. I introduced them to the new team that we've got leading this, and so I'm trying to recall. I think they're hoping to have some information back to us late this year. Is that right?
I think it's in the fall, maybe October, November-ish time frame.
Yeah, I think that was the original intent. I think Chris told me, Chris Eckert, he's Nugent. I think he told me they're a little behind on that, okay. But I think we're hoping to have either fall or early winter.
Okay, thank you.
One last piece of data I'd like to have brought when you come back is what is our expected growth? And we know we have some large, not Fermi, but we know we have some large commitments to Bell and other, like producer-owned beef and different things like that. What do those million-gallon-a-day potential increases look like on pushing us to the 90%? It would be neat to see some predictive analytics, or it would be very valuable, I think, for us to understand and the city to understand that we always want good jobs. We want large plants. We want things to come in. But all of a sudden, what does that mean? Is that another 1 million gallons a day? And if we don't have the plants, the wastewater treatment plants, we have to tell those guys to go somewhere else. How do we navigate that? I think that data would be very important to the citizens.
Yes, sir. And we have that data, and we had that for the presentation for the 25-year look, and we can easily go back and bring that in the next presentation to show you what that immediate growth looks like and as far as capacity concerns. Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, Mr. Feingold's request for the MC panel, do we know, was that taken care of?
So we put that project on hold for this assessment as we got into this. We actually put it on hold before this assessment. We budgeted that project. When we went to get procurement for an electrical engineer, we invited electrical engineers out to look, and we had budgeted a couple of $1 million for the project, and it was under-scoped. They said we couldn't do the scope that we had talked about. We had to replace the electricity all the way back to the source through Exo. We had the same experience out at the Northeast 24th. It was over a $10 million project. We got into this time frame of looking at the plant and evaluating it, so we wanted it in this evaluation to know which priority we were going to do out at River Road, do it correctly, instead of piecemeal something that wasn't going to be usable. So it's in this assessment. It'll come out of that assessment, and the projects will be identified. So the electric panels that were there are still there. They're still operating. They have the challenges that he described. However, we didn't want to put that money into something that we weren't going to be able to salvage and use. And based off the electrical engineer's advice, we've been able to maintain operations. Staff takes extra care of that and is extra good. That doesn't mean there won't be a failure, but that's a decision that was made until we get this final assessment.
And just to clarify, the assessment, just so you understand better what it is, they have electrical engineers that are out there on the ground. We have mechanical engineers. So we did process, electrical, mechanical, structural. Everything has its own category, and I know that I've already seen the electrical assessment too. So those things are in there. Those things are going to be addressed across the entire plant.
Any safety issues or just a potential failure because of age?
I would say potential failure for age. Any safety issues that we have out there, we address those as we come across them.
So we don't have any life safety issues or OSHA issues. We just have old equipment that can fail based on high voltage usage, undersized equipment probably.
I don't know that it's undersized. I don't think
it's just
that's
age.
Yeah, I just think it's age. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the candor on that. So, council, before we move forward, anything further on this? Okay, we appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
At this time, we'll hand it over on item 8C, move right into Northeast Interceptor. Floyd, this ought to move pretty good through here because I think you'll have some additional data that relates.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So, yeah, the Northeast Interceptor, the project was awarded in late 2023. On this map, I know it's a little hard to see, but it's the green line a little over 13 miles of interceptor line. The word interceptor means that it's relieving load on an existing system. If you'll recall that this project was identified in the 2013 master study as most of the east side of Amarillo was overloaded with wastewater in the collection system. We had addressed the Northwest with the Northwest Interceptor about 8 to 10 years ago. We addressed the Southwest, if you'll remember, with the SAMS line. That finished out in about 2014. So step at a time, we've been addressing out of the 2013 master study the overloading of the collection system. So this is that project. S.J. Lewis is the contractor. Again, it was a $70 million project. Just like other projects, it's subject to inflation before we awarded. We didn't award and then it go up. We awarded this amount, and it's on budget and on time. So the total contract value is $72 million. The total work performed as of June 30th, this was the last payout, was $70 million. So 96.57% of the work was done, and that includes materials on hand. So remaining value out of this entire $72 million is $2.4 million and a little. The contract time, original contract time was 607 days. So there's 540 days used. Remaining 67 days, 88.95% of the time. So they're really efficient with their time. Understanding that those days are adjustable in the contract for weather. So it's really amazing with this wet weather this year that this has stayed this close and them on track. So as they finish out the project, you'll see adjustments to those days related to contractability and or possible change orders related to whatever the management team, the project managers bring forward. But in this picture, you see what they're doing is they're finishing up the backfill. If y'all drove out there, you remember there was the big mounds of soil. So they're in the process. These are some of the more recent pictures, not as of last week, but recent pictures that are in the file. And you can see the manholes as they build back and fill back and compact that. That's what the primary work is still going on. There's some pipeline connections still being done, and there's a few other testing things. But from my understanding from the project managers, they're starting to look out there and identify when they're going to transition that lift station onto that pipeline, which will be the date that it's beneficial use to the city. This is on schedule. There's been a strong coordination with all stakeholders. It's a significant project. Minimal delays despite the weather challenges. And again, the project's really on budget and on time at this point. Questions?
What size line is it again?
Well, it ranges in various size. It's 60 and down to 48, right? The largest portion is 60 and the smaller portion is 48.
And so how many gallons a day will that line move?
Well, that's based off the engineering design. A line of any size with more slope will flow more. Okay. But it will take the capacity. So if you just draw a circle around that green line about 2 to 3 miles out, the engineers designed it for that capacity plus the existing capacity. It has a service area, a basin, if you will. So they designed that slope and size based off the capacity, including all of that industrial projected growth that we anticipate. And this one was projected out over 50 years for growth in industry because it's right out in the industry area. So there's an extra capacity in this compared to what you would normally build to because we know we're serving the industrial area. And that's the economic growth engine that you'll see in the future available with that pipeline.
Okay. Thank
you.
So
I don't have the exact numbers, but I can get those design numbers to you.
Okay. That'd be beneficial. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think that would be good. So potentially if you got 60-inch line, 48-inch line, like we were designing to like maybe a 30 MGD worth of transfer, we would have had some numbers that we parametered. But the direction of my questioning is how much of this Northeast Interceptor would contribute to everything that you've got going on if you are trying to move wastewater back and forth across the town?
Okay, in the planning of the wastewater plant, this pipeline does provide more capacity to the River Road plant than it currently has. It anticipates some increased capacity, whether that was a lift station moving it to another place to be treated or expanding River Road. So but that also opens up that growth in the north side of Amarillo. One of the goals and objectives that we've seen is housing in the north Amarillo and this industry growth for growth of the city economically. So those were factors that went into the sizing of the pipe. You combine that with the size of the northwest interceptor, and yes, it exceeds the capacity of the current plant. But in the 2013 plan, it also identified that once these went in 2026 in that neighborhood, you would start looking at the timing of the expansion of the River Road plant. So the whole thing is really coordinated. And then in the future, when you update the plant, then there's going to be some need for additional capacity at some time in the future. So it's cyclical. As the city grows, it goes back and forth between the plant and the collection system. So if you just built to what the capacity of the plant was, your city would be limited to growth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think I'm trying to remember. I wanted to say we thought that this would relieve an increased capacity of roughly 5 MGDs, just the pipe itself. Is what I thought. So I thought we were looking at 16 MGDs or whatever the capacity was out there. We were factoring in like this northeast interceptor to help alleviate somewhat of that 75% trigger.
Well, the component, the prisons on Lift Station 26 currently pump on a gravity flow line. They pump up to the loop to the west from that lift station at the prisons, and they discharge their gravity flows from that point to Hollywood Road. Mm-hmm. That whole pipeline from that point of discharge all the way to the new lift station 32 on Osage is overloaded, and it exceeds current engineering capacities for that pipeline. That was one of the major factors for this pipeline needing to go timely, such that you take that 1 million gallons, 500,000 gallons a day from the prisons, immediately it goes to River Road. That system no longer is overloaded. Mm-hmm. But it will also give you time between the 75% rule and the 90% rule at Hollywood Road. It puts you closer to the 75% rule at River Road. So those are all in the considerations of this evaluation and discussion that's going on with the project managers at this point. I think that's what you're referencing is that there will be a load reduction from the prisons to Hollywood. It will go to River Road, and that'll give you more time in your 90% on Hollywood Road.
Yes, sir. I thought we were relieving some of the Hollywood Road MGDs by Northeast Interceptor taking them to River Road because we had more capacity River Road side.
Yes.
Okay.
There is a component of that. And that's one of the factors in the pipeline.
And when you bring back those ratings and that data, I think it'll paint a clear picture because it's been a minute or two since we went through it. So, council, anything further for Mr. Hartman? Floyd, as always, we appreciate you recapping all that. And I guess my only other question would be, when do you think we would have this back on for answering a few of these questions and bringing back that data?
We can do it as soon as you want. It'll take me probably at least, let me think about that. So we have maybe the second meeting in September.
Be great.
If that's appropriate, we could do that then.
Month from now or so, give you time?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I would say, too, I might want to time it around when we get that assessment back from River Road as well. That may be a little more critical component to help make it, I'd say, more meaningful conversation as well. So we might take a look at that when that assessment comes back, and then if the council gives us some leeway, we might push it back a little bit until we get that information back as well.
Yes, sir. I think if you're looking at first meeting in October because you're expecting that assessment in September, assuming it would give you time to understand it.
I think we're going to give a good look at it over the next couple of weeks and start diving into it. So October would be even better. Give us a little more time. So
I like it. Council, anything further on this? We'll move on.
Just nice being on time and ahead of budget. It's good.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. That wraps up item 8C. We'll move into 8D. Bring Mr. Brassfield up here. Nope, that's not Mr. Brassfield. How you doing, Mr. Balzan?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, good. You are here to not talk about any kind of massive change to our zoning ordinances. You are adding something to as an additional option for the city of Amarillo.
Yes, sir. And we'll get into, actually, my first couple slides is perfect leeway right into that. So, again, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm pleased to bring this code enhancement to y'all, actually. This is a proposed new moderate density 1 zoning district. And so straight off the bat here, what we wanted to get in front of y'all immediately is what this change does and does not do. So our first slide here, basically what this change does not do. It doesn't change any existing zoning on any properties that are in the city. It does not force the change of zoning on any properties. This does not change any of the existing development standards that apply to any of the existing zoning districts. It also does not allow any new land uses to be permitted in any existing zoning districts, and it does not prohibit any land uses that are currently allowed in any of our existing zoning districts. What this proposed change does do, it does create a district that fills a gap in an existing residential districts. It does create an option for rezoning in the future. It does help protect existing single-family neighborhoods while helping remove some barriers to infill. It also helps to create a transition between single-family detached housing and apartments. It does create a zoning district option that allows for smaller single-family lots and an SUP process for even smaller. And it does create a potential option for properties that were made non-conforming during a zoning ordinance amendment that was done in 2004, and we'll get more into that as we go. I did want to bring kind of how we got here. Our first line there, we've received recent zoning requests that we're noticing that there's some conflicts between our existing neighborhoods and the proposed developments in terms of apartments. And then we also have seen some PDs recently that have been submitted for smaller lot, single-family detached developments. And this being a trend, we decided this is a good opportunity. Also, I don't know, some of y'all may remember back just over a year ago, we had a rezoning that came to y'all. It was a R1 to a moderate density district that was on Scotty Drive. That had barely passed our Planning and Zoning Commission, went back to y'all, and it got kicked back to our Planning and Zoning Commission for further discussion. So whenever we took that back on August 5th, we actually went ahead and had a discussion item as well about this potential gap that we're seeing whenever these do become controversial in these rezonings. So after the direction from P&Z that we do need to try to fix this, we set up a September 5th. It was a developer morning outreach discussion. We did invite our Planning and Zoning Commission to attend as well. There we discussed with the development community what all do we need to be looking at in here. What's the trends in the market? How do we get new housing types? What do we need to provide to continue growing our housing market here? So between October and March, we took this to our internal departments, our development review committee. We had internal discussions and review. From March to June, we actually had internal staff vetting this through some of our rezoning requests to see if they would have met this new proposal. We did take this to our Planning and Zoning Commission on July 7th of this year. At that meeting, it was tabled. They wanted to basically see us do another outreach meeting with the development community to get even more feedback on it. During this time, staff actually took that time to do further analysis. It is also when we found a potential conflict with some of our ordinances. So you'll see we have an SUP change that was added at that point. We did hold a meeting on August 5th of this year as well. That's our stakeholder meeting. We reached back out. We also did a survey. Whenever we sent these out, this actually went out to over 1,000 stakeholders that are in the development, real estate, appraisal community. From that, we basically had all positive comments back that supported. We did have one concern that the SUP consideration might be a little vague. Our Planning and Zoning Commission is very good at determining these things. So they do the same thing during the plan developments on determining how do we mitigate some of the issues that some of this might cause. Potential future considerations that they brought up as well is to define triplex and quadplex. Currently, these are both defined under our multifamily definition, which also includes apartments. Another one as well is potential for RRC to be applied to 1 to 4 unit housing instead of just 1 to 2. And then we took this back to our Planning and Zoning Commission on the 18th, and we did receive a recommendation of approval. And this item will be coming to y'all at y'all's next regular meeting on the 9th of September. So a little history to cover that kind of nonconformity of duplexes. In 2004, Ordinance 6712 actually changed R3. At the time, they recognized that there's a trend in the market for smaller lots with higher lot coverages. They actually removed duplexes and single-family attached from this R3 zoning district. It was likely in an effort to help protect these newly built R3 developments. But the amendment did actually create a lot of non-conforming duplexes across the city. In further analysis of this, moderate density would actually be the only district, or the next step up district that these would be allowed. But then moderate density also allows the apartments, and that's where we kind of come into that conflict. Just a quick recap of how our zoning ordinance works here. We do have an inclusionary Euclidean zoning ordinance. And so basically, as you go up on this list, it just adds more uses to it. We typically don't, there's very few instances where we remove uses at one of those higher zoning districts. So taking this into further analysis, we wanted to analyze our uses and our development standards for basically R1 through our multifamily districts there. What you see here is different tables. It's basically written in a different format that allows us to actually better identify where changes occur and where there might be a gap. Where you see the kind of the blacked out fields there, that is basically because they're not allowed. Where these are highlighted, that is just showing you where there's a difference between the two districts. So we basically utilize that, including some of our conditional standards. So this is an instance where these are our lot width conditional standards. A basically is kind of a grandfathering thing if they were there prior to the passing of that amendment. B was basically our setbacks, or our lot widths are actually measured at the setback, the front yard setback, but B actually establishes a minimum at the street frontage. C is what sets the minimum for duplexes, which is a 60-foot or 30-foot each side if they are subdivided further. And actually, item D there actually is where we actually found this conflict between the zoning ordinance and our subdivision ordinance. So basically, doing a summary of our analysis, we came up with that our R3 district, of course, single-family detached oriented, our moderate density district starts adding in everything up to apartments. So there's nothing in between here. We did notice during the process there are some potential development standards that we could look at with this new district that could help some of these infill projects where we have some smaller lots to fill. We have basically R3 standards there, 5,000 square foot area, 50-foot width, and 100-foot depth at a 65% coverage and a 15-foot front yard setback. And that's basically applied once you hit R3 all the way through all of the intensity of zoning districts, and except for our heavy commercial district there. Our heavy commercial district actually has a 2,000 square foot area, 20-foot width, 100-foot depth, 65-foot max, and no front yard setback. And this was an amendment that was done in 2001, and basically staff wasn't able to find if this was purposely done, if there's a reason for this, because all other districts, the 5,000 square foot is actually the minimum for single-family detached standards. And then again, we found that code conflict with 168D. So doing that kind of quantitative review, we also wanted to do kind of a qualitative review in what does this mean, what does it look like? And so staff actually did these renderings. This is showing R1 district, R2 district, and R3 districts on like maximum buildable area of a lot. One thing you might notice there in that R3 district, that red compared to the blue, the 65% lot coverage in R3 actually allows you, if you have the minimum lot size, it allows a buildable area greater than you can actually build because of our setbacks. So we did take all those renderings. We actually kind of threw it together into a neighborhood just to see how that might feel. Difference between kind of the far right side there is the R1. As you move in, that's the R3, and then as you move further, once you start seeing those single-family attached, that would be the kind of moderate density potential. We also wanted to look at areas of duplexes, how they incorporate into neighborhoods. We did see that in the areas where some of these non-conforming ones, they do incorporate pretty well. This is an area in the city that has some rear-loaded duplexes. We looked at single-family attached as well, what the difference is, what it looks like if you start looking at different lot widths on single-family attached, and whether, and most actual single-family attached here are rear-loaded. We also, once we got into looking at reduced lot widths for single-family detached housing in this district, we looked at a lot of other cities to try to find some neighborhoods that are built out with these lesser lot widths. In this instance, here's a 40-foot lot width that's rear-loaded by an alley. This is a 40-foot lot width that's basically front-loaded. And you can kind of tell the difference here once you start getting into front-loaded residential instead of rear-loaded on how that interaction is with the street. And then this is an instance where we found a subdivision that was 35-foot wide lots that are front-loaded. And what we noticed here is there's quite a bit of quality change that happens between the 40 and 35, typically between these times. So that is why you will see what we are proposing here. So basically the proposed change here is actually to rename our moderate density district to moderate density district 2. This is solely clerical purposes. It does not change anything in that current moderate density district. We would look at doing a new moderate density district 1. This would introduce R3 uses plus single-family attached and duplex. Our standards that we're looking at on that, single-family detached, 3,400 square foot area, 40-foot width, 85-foot depth, 65% coverage. And we do have a conditional piece to this to where it could be reduced down to 35-foot width if rear-loaded by an alley. And this was kind of directed by a recent plan development we had and then also the development community. Single-family attached, 2,500 square foot area minimum for the lot, 25-foot width, 100-foot depth, 65% max coverage. This one also has a conditional that if you have basically no more than 4 attached units, you can go down to the 2,000 square foot and 20-foot width as well. And that is what is in the current moderate density district. We also would look at redirecting that 410-168D through an SUP process. Basically what ended up happening here is 410-168D allowed for lots to potentially be less than what's called out in our tables if it's approved by P&Z during a platting process. And so in this instance, platting processes are supposed to be kind of administrative and clerical in nature by state code, and we don't want to introduce potential determinations that have to occur during that process. So the SUP process would help take care of that. And then basically, I didn't have one on here, but one of the other ones, the street frontages, where we had at the street frontage it needed to be 40, we're looking at basically going down to 35 just in conjunction with that. So.
Questions, council?
You mentioned that planning and zoning approved it. Was there any part of this that got more discussion, or was there something that people were having problems getting to, or was there a particular part of this that there was a lot of discussion or concern about?
I would say the greatest discussion was actually the single-family detached lot widths. How far is too far? What is right for a potential kind of infill zoning district here whenever it's introducing new lots into existing neighborhoods? When does that kind of quality change happen when we get into how low can we go, basically, on those lot widths. But other than that, the uses and stuff, everything was very much supported in it. That was the only thing that originally kicked off the tabling, I think, at the first, or January of this, not January, July of this year, Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. After that, that SUP change is actually just a beneficial thing to our city to actually better clarify that piece. So.
Nothing further, council? Thank you for the presentation, sir.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate the initiative over there, and I know trying to work within those codes, it's always nice to have more options that can fit. And so, council, with no further questions on that, I think the direction would just be to bring it back when it's ready. All right, we are done with item 8D. Any requests for future agenda items, council?
I'd like to just add one last thing, Donnie, on the wastewater treatment plants. All monies that we've received, federal and state, can we get an update on that when you bring that to us, both from Ronnie Jackson and Caroline Fairley? What monies we have actually received in hand?
Should be easy enough. We can do that.
Thank you.
All right. Any other requests? No? Okay. We're going to move out of our discussion. We're going to move into our non-consent. Going to have Miss Carrie Roberts come up here. She's going to be presenting on the PIDs. I would ask Mrs. Roberts if maybe you do one presentation, or if you feel like you need to do multiple depending on the PID itself.
It's however you would like for me to. I mean,
Okay.
We can breeze through them really quickly, or.
I think if you can just kind of give an overall of what we're doing for the PIDs and what they're trying to accomplish, and then if council has any questions on these, we could ask, but then I really think we can just take them one at a time for voting purposes, but probably save the additional time of doing an individual presentation on each.
Sure.
And if I can add real quick before Carrie starts, Mayor and Council, she's got a summary presentation to go through, but then the slide for each specific PID is with that item. So it'll be on the screen so you can see the details on each of those individual PIDs as you vote on them.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Ms. City Secretary. All right, you're up.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. Councilman Reed, it's nice to see you. Okay, so this is the 25-26 Public Improvement District 5-year service plan and assessments that we're going to go through. Public improvement districts are becoming more prevalent, as we all know, across the Amarillo area. The city currently has 10 active PIDs and more coming in the year of 2026. Public improvements, are designated geographic area where property owners pay special assessments to fund public improvements and services within that area, in which they include landscaping, parks, pedestrian sidewalks, monuments, specialty lighting, and fountains, and the list goes on and on. This is an area map of where the PIDs are located within Amarillo. We are missing two. Estancia is upper northwest going off Tascosa Road, and Homestead is Soncy and 34th. Okay, so starting off with the Greenways PID. So the PID Advisory Board voted to approve the 25-26 budget and 5-year service plan on July 2nd, and it did increase by 5% on the assessment rates. So assessment totals is $1,067,896. Expense total is $1,031,552. So which the current assessment revenue is adequate to cover maintenance costs.
Council, any questions on any of these? You can feel free to stop and ask. Otherwise, we're just going to let Ms. Roberts keep going.
Real quick, can a homeowners group become a PID, or do you have to be a PID when you start development?
No, it can become a PID.
Okay, Thank you.
Okay. Heritage Hills, the PIT Advisory Board met and approved the budget on June 17th. There was no change, no increase on the assessment fees, so it still remains at 8 cents per square foot. Assessment total is $504,444. Expense total is $635. And the current assessments are adequate to cover maintenance costs.
Okay, let me stop you.
Yep.
So I see we're passing our public hearings. Probably a problem. Let me go back then.
No, I think what you would ask is that she present on all of them, and then you'll go back into public hearings in each one of them individually. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, but I guess I probably want to go ahead and take them one at a time with the public hearing. So
it would be appropriate given the presentation, each one, that way it's still fresh.
I'd hate to have, if there was an increase and somebody was, I was just thinking we were probably all in favor of everything. Let me go back to item 9A. So we'll redo this. Item 9A, questions, council, on anything here? Okay. At this time, we'll go ahead and open a public hearing on item 9A. Do I have anyone who would like to speak for or against this item? Mr. Fisher, please come forward.
Well, mine could be kind of short, but looking at that number, there was $1 million on the first one, then there was $500,000 on the second one. So I'm guessing if there's 10 of them, there's somewhere around 5 or 6 million. So it looks like we're taking money off the books, off the budget, and we're passing it on to the neighborhoods. So where's the savings coming from on the budget?
Yeah, so an easy answer. So what we're doing with these PIDs is we're taking, you could almost call them external or amenities. So the outside of the fence line, the trees, the vegetation, the flower bedding, you could easily spend $500,000 having, local contractor take care of all those things. Those are things that I'm specifically instructed not to spend your taxes on that neighborhood. So the mechanism that allows for this is that neighborhood then nominates several people, they become their own board, and then they, hold a public meeting. They have everybody that's a resident in that's paying that due can come and talk about it. They give themselves an assessment of 8 cents. And now that neighborhood doesn't become kind of the dilapidation, because what we've seen is developer comes in, he wants to sell his product. He does a great job for 5 to 10 years. When he's gone, nobody maintains those fences and those different amenities. So everything from tennis courts, to just good old-fashioned trees and flower beds.
So the city wasn't taking on that expense before we created the PIDs?
City did not take on that expense. It relied on the homeowners. And then when you started seeing nicer developments, you saw homeowners that had common areas. And so without that common area, we had to adopt that like a park. Sure. And so really, I think where you probably see this is kind of where that adjacent property goes up to a street. There's 30 feet that nobody's maintained. Correct. So that's a very good question and good clarification.
Well, I just got a couple of statement of fact questions. Mm-hmm. Where was the notice published for these public hearings that we're having today?
Great. I think we can probably answer that.
Yeah, in Amarillo Globe News.
Okay. I searched. I couldn't find it, but I'd love to be able to find it. I couldn't find it. Were notices sent to each individual property owners in each?
Yes. Yes.
For this year? For these hearings?
Yes.
Okay. Man, not a single person here to talk about them, except me, and I don't even have one.
I know. You don't even live there.
That's crazy.
I don't know how many of these I've sat through, but I've had a lot of PID involvement that every now and again you've got one that just didn't have, they had a problem, and we've really improved, I think. Ms. Robertson improved a lot of how we're helping to oversee it. So you can't necessarily say we're the fiscal agent. I don't know if that's right, Mrs. Laura. But we help to manage these PIDs just in the collections and the payouts. But then really it's their money. We don't really oversee much of it. And so unless I had an owner here to tell me we're not in favor of this, then for the most part we're pushing them forward.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fisher, I believe the advertisement went out for Amarillo Globe News on August 12th, so you might check on that. Sure.
August 12th?
Yeah.
Great example of how we probably need to take them one at a time. So we'll pivot here to steal Donnie's word. And so on item 9A, do I have anyone else that would like to offer comment at the public hearing? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and would entertain a motion on 9A.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8208 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 9B, I believe we've seen the presentation. I will now open a public hearing on item 9B. Do I have anyone here who would like to speak for or against this item? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8209 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 9C, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. So Pinnacle, the advisory board met on June 5th and approved the budget and 5-year service plan. There was no change in the assessment rate. It still remains at 10 cents per square foot. So the total for the assessment is $122,594. Total expenses, now they did request a bond issuance of $1 million with a debt service of $79,958. Now, Laura, is that an annual debt service?
Yes, that is correct. Okay. And their 5-year service plan and budget reflects the ability for them to pay that annually.
Okay. So the expense total did shoot up, obviously, with the $1 million bond issuance to $1,192,413.
Very good. Any questions on 9C? At this time, we'll open a public hearing. Do I have anyone here who would like to speak for or against item 9C? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and would ask for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8210 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 9D, ma'am.
All right. So Point West is our business park area, and they met on June 10th and approved the 25-26 budget and 5-year service plan. Total costs are divided between, on the assessments, the total costs are divided between property owners according to percentage of property owned within that PID. Assessment totals did not change. It's still at $52,000, and expense total is $86,502.
Very good. At this time, I'll open a public hearing on item 9D. Do I have anyone here who'd like to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8211 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 9E, ma'am.
Okay, this is Quail Creek. It's one of our smaller PIDs, and there was a revision to this ordinance, and Council, y'all should have the revised version in front of you, I believe. Okay, so the advisory board met on June 10th and approved the 25-26 budget. They did increase their assessment from $400 to $450, so that's a $50 raise. Assessment totals $13,050. Expense totals is just the $12,882.
Okay. At this time, I'll open a public hearing on item 9E. Do I have anyone who'd like to speak for or against this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and would ask for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8212 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second from place one. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 9F.
Okay, Town Square, the advisory board met June 24th and approved the 25-26 budget and 5-year service plan. There was no change in the assessments. They still remain at 11 cents per square foot per lot. Assessment total is $236,816. Expense total is $950,554. And due to that increase, it's due to a new improvement that they are working on currently.
Real good. Do I have any questions on item 9F, gentlemen? Would open a public hearing. Do I have anyone here who would like to speak for or against item 9F? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Would ask for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8213 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second from place one. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 9G.
Okay, this is Tutbury, another one of our smaller PIDs. The board met June 11th and approved the 25-26 budget and 5-year service plan. The assessments are remaining the same at $1,200 per lot. Assessment total is $28,800 with an expense total of $33,517.
Very good. At this time, we'll open a public hearing on item 9G. Do I have anyone who would like to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Would ask for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8214 as presented. You're going to have to be quick.
Settle down over there. We've established less will make the motion.
Exactly.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, item 9H.
Can I please get who got that second first?
Place one, sorry.
Thank you.
Item 9H, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so here again, this is the Vineyards PID, and there was a revision to the ordinance, and y'all should have the revised version in front of you. So Vineyards, the PID Advisory Board met August 12th and approved the 2025-26 budget and 5-year service plan. They did increase their assessment rate from $75 to $250 per lot. Assessment total is $79,750. And on the expenses, they did request a bond issuance of $500,000 with a debt service, annual debt service of $44,916. That's bringing the expense total up to $588,721.
Okay, do I have anyone here, or at this time, we'll open a public hearing. Do I have anyone here who would like to speak for or against this item? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and would ask for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8215.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving along to item 9I.
Okay, this is the last one, colonies. The PID Advisory Board met on June 4th and approved the 25-26 budget and 5-year service plan. Assessments did increase from 14 cents per square foot to 15 cents per square foot per lot. Assessment totals are $1,531,235. Expenses, they did request a bond issuance of $1 million. And the debt service for that is $721,046. This brings the expense total up to $2,525,399.
If I could add a clarification on that, they have multiple multiple bonds outstanding already. So it's the one new debt issuance plus the multiple that are outstanding to come to that total annual debt service.
Thank you, Laura.
Very good. Any other questions on the colonies bid? Okay, at this time, we'll open a public hearing. Do I have anyone who would like? Yes, sir. Please come forward. If you don't mind, if you'll give us your name and.
Hi, my name is Lee McCammon. I live within the boundaries of the city of Amarillo, and I live in the colonies. I don't know if it's possible. I come woefully unprepared. We learned about most of what was happening in the colonies just yesterday. We've spoken to multiple neighbors. They don't have a clue what's going on. We did not receive any notice prior to the advisory board meeting, so we really didn't know what was happening. But this $1 million bond is to build a park off of Wesley Road next to the Nazarene Church. This has been discussed for over a year at the HOA meetings, multiple other community gatherings, and nobody is in favor of it at all. And now all of a sudden a 5-man board is going to encumber us with another $1 million bond. So our annual expenses now just barely slightly exceed the cost of debt service. I don't know if it's possible, but I would ask that the council consider tabling this until we can get together as a community, talk to our advisory board. We've already talked to Ms. Roberts. She's going to assist us with enhanced communications moving forward, so these types of things can't happen again. But you would be doing a great disservice to the citizens in the colonies to continue to raise our fees, raise our debt service. I'm very proud to say I live in Amarillo. I'm very proud to say we live in a very red area of the country, and just adding debt and adding debt and adding debt goes to what you said, Mr. Mayor, earlier about the water bills. We cannot just continue without real representation in our community to continue to raise the debt service inside a PID. The PID's great, taking care of it, it's green. Colony is probably one of the most beautiful areas in this city. We're very, very honored and proud to live there, but this is beyond the pale. $1 million to build a park that A, we don't need, and B, nobody wants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Ms. Roberts, can we get a recommendation from you perhaps on this?
Can I jump in real quick too,
Yes,
Mayor?
ma'am.
Thank you. I did want to mention to council that this is approving a budget, which is potentially a plan. Council would still have to do a separate action to issue debt on behalf of that PID board. So if this is something that council, I think, I'm looking at Brian, I think council can, if they decide to reduce, they could make a change to the budget at this point, even though the advisory board has recommended it. However, if council decided to keep the budget as is, we could bring back a recommendation from the advisory board on whether to move forward or not with the actual debt issuance. If for some reason the advisory board comes back and says we do not want to issue the debt after all, then we would make the recommendation to council. We would not bring forward the debt issuance, if that makes sense. Those are just some options that I think council could think about, unless Carrie has something else she wants to add to that.
So, Ms. Carey, can you or Ms. Laura give us some parameters in time? Does this fall in line with our budget that needs to be implemented by October 1st?
Yes.
Okay. So the main concern that I have here is communication, notice, understanding what was going on. And so if we were, tell me the steps once again, and the debt wouldn't be issued for a while, but just approving the budget with the increased assessment just needs to be done by Mrs. Storrs. Are we trying to do that by September 16th, or will we have all the way till the second meeting in September to pass it?
We could potentially have till the second meeting in September to pass it if there was, if council wanted to wait on first and second reading. Now, the notice for the public hearing is today, and that's what's been sent out. So don't know that, I mean, I guess you could do an optional public hearing at a future meeting, but we wouldn't have a notice out on it. And Brian, please jump in.
No, you're right. You'd still need, you'd have to republish the whole thing.
We'd have to, I don't think we have time to
Or
republish.
you met your requirement to do the public hearing today.
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
Okay.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah,
So I guess they could potentially invite people to come forward and speak on it at a future meeting, but it wouldn't be the formal public hearing.
Well, and this is a new one for us. I don't know that we've run across anyone on these PIDs that was not in favor. You know, that every now and again we had one or two that just didn't know, but not necessarily against. So I would be tracking towards more like a motion to refer it back to the board, asking them to go back through the public to bring forward the data, let them be here to represent themselves. I don't have anybody here from the colonies board. I feel like that'd be very unfair to take action on it either way. I do have some citizens here. Based on what you're telling me, there's a lack of communication, but I can't verify any of that. So I think in trying to lead the meeting, all I'm trying to do is make sure that if we do hand it back to Ms. Roberts, you would have what you would need in a motion to refer it back to the board. That would be formal. Then the board would have to take action to bring it back. Now, if I did that, I would need Mr. McWilliams to let me know. That doesn't affect a public hearing notice, does it, sir?
I think you can accomplish that by just tabling it. So tabling it with
direction.
With the direction back to staff to go back to the board. And
then
that way this is still on your table, but it doesn't start over a whole new process that we don't have time for.
Real good. So council would take direction from you guys on whether you're comfortable to table or if anybody wants to move it forward.
No, I think that's the appropriate thing to do, is to table it.
Okay.
I'll abstain. I'm going to abstain from this.
You live there.
Correct.
Okay. So we have one abstaining with a potential conflict. Other
Table.
direction? Table?
I'm table, yeah.
Okay, great. So, Ms. Roberts, we'll table this, and then if you want to bring it back earlier than that, don't feel like you got to wait till the very end, but we'll take action on it once we know that we have a little bit more community input.
Mayor, if you want to make a motion to table, you can, or you can take no action. But right now, you've essentially taken no action. 'Cause
Right.
There's no motion, no second, and no vote. So,
I appreciate the coaching on that. I would ask for a motion on this since it's something that affects the budget.
I'd move to table ordinance number 8216.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. All right, we cruised all the way through. We're down to item 9J. Mr. Brassfield, is this you this time? All right.
Yes, sir. It's me this time. Good afternoon, Council. Drew Brassfield, Interim Director of Planning. And my item is a first and requested final reading of a resolution nominating BSA Hospital LLC as a qualified business and enterprise project to the Texas Enterprise Zone Program. And so the Texas Enterprise Zone Program is an economic development tool for local governments to partner with the state to encourage job creation and retention and capital investment. And it's codified in Chapter 2303 of the Texas Government Code. In order for us to participate, the city must approve an ordinance that authorizes participation and establishes local incentives that may be offered and nominates a qualified business. And so Amarillo's original ordinance was passed back in 2006 for a Bell Textron project, and most recently in February of this year when this council nominated Benny Keith. So in subsequent requests for these nominations, because we have an active ordinance, they can be done by resolution. And so the city is able to nominate up to 6 projects per biennium or every 2 years, and the state typically awards around 12 per quarterly round, but no more than 105 statewide per biennium. So today's request by BSA is for enterprise project status. As you know, BSA Hospital operates a full-service 445-bed hospital here in Amarillo with around 2,400 employees. Over the next 5 years, they plan to invest around $25 million to renovate their facility with updated patient beds, mattresses, and monitoring systems, as well as remodeling of the ICU and the electrophysiology lab. They are planning to add 10 new employees with this project and retaining 490 that they already have under previous enterprise projects. So in summary, today's request is a nomination resolution only. There are no city funds being requested with this. Any funding they receive would come from the state, and there is no impact to our local sales tax. Because this resolution also does not take any legislative action, we are requesting a Section 7 waiver for it to be the first and final reading on this. And the resolution would make BSA eligible for the state's 6.25% sales tax refund with caps. And you can see in the little rubric there, because they're between that 5 million and 150 million, maximum number of 500 jobs, their maximum potential refund would be $1.25 million, or about $2,500 per job. And as proposed, this project does meet all the criteria for the 5-year enterprise project consideration. We do have Ms. Nelson in the room with BSA if anybody has any project-specific questions, and I will be glad to try to answer any you have on the enterprise zone.
Real good. Ms. Nelson, thank you for being here with us. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Brassfield? Okay. Would request a motion on item 9J, I believe.
I move to adopt resolution number 08-26-25-2 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second on that item. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Last and final, item 9K, Mrs. Stores, tax rate.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here to start our first formal action related to the adoption of the 2025 property tax rate, which will support the 2025-2026 budget. As you know, we have all been discussing this over the last several weeks, and today's action is only to vote on the rate that you all will not go over in the upcoming votes in September. So this is setting the ceiling. You can approve up to that amount or anything below it. And so let me walk you through just a couple of quick things. We are governed by state law in this Texas Tax Code Section 26. There were significant changes made to it back in 2019 through Senate Bill 2. So right now, the maximum tax rate that can be approved without going to an election for the citizens' approval is known as the voter approval tax rate. What that allows is for essentially 3.5% growth in the maintenance and operating side of the tax rate. It also allows the interest and sinking side, that piece that's supporting outstanding debt, to fluctuate as needed up and down based on outstanding debt. So it requires, as I mentioned, a mandatory election if council were to approve anything above the voter approval tax rate. We are actually past that deadline, though, and so council cannot approve anything above that rate. The last date to call an election for November was on August 18th. We are required to provide notice to our property owners and to hold one public hearing related to that. So what we would recommend that council vote on today is the voter approval tax rate. So I wanted to show the difference between the current year's tax rate that's in place is 38.723 cents. The voter approval tax rate, the maximum state allowed tax rate without going to an election, is 43.070 cents for 2025. We have a lot of information posted about this out on amarillo.gov. And there's also information that's provided through the counties as well on how to calculate property taxes. So what this would look like for our property tax owners on a residential home that is, let's say, $100,000 in value. If it was $100,000 in value last year and this year, they would be seeing about a $4 per month increase related to the city's portion of the property tax bill, going from the current rate to the voter approval tax rate of 43.070 cents. On an average home value, that's a little bit different, and it takes into account both Potter and Randall County residential homes that have the homestead exemption. That amount was $216,481 last year, and that average value has risen to the $226,460 in the new year. So the appraised values have gone up overall. So on an average home value, they would see an $11 per month increase if council was to go from the current year tax rate to the voter approval tax rate. So today what we will ask, or what we're proposing to council, is to approve that not to exceed tax rate of the voter approval tax rate of the 43.070 cents. And then we would bring back the first reading where you would actually be voting on the actual tax rate on September 9th at 3 p.m. here at City Hall. And then we would bring it back again on September 16th at 3 p.m. here at City Hall. And we would have a public hearing on that tax rate, and we would have council do the second and final reading on that tax rate, and you're required to take a record vote and to ratify the tax rate at that meeting. So there's a few more votes that are going to take place. With this, we will be posting notice on the city's website and in the newspaper. We are anticipating posting this notice related to the property tax rate, and when the public hearing is, we're anticipating publishing that in the newspaper on September 4th. So that'll be coming up really soon, and that will encourage citizens to come out on September 16th to voice their opinions about the property tax rate. Are there questions that I can answer on this?
We've had how many days? We do 4 days of budget?
We did 3,
Or was it
4,
five?
5, I believe.
We did 5 days of budget workshop.
Yes,
It was
sir.
good. We enjoyed it. So,
Me too.
And it's all culminated into this wonderful motion for item 9K, right? No questions, gentlemen? Entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion and a second. I'll check with Mr. City Attorney. Do you need anything stated for the actual tax rate? All good? Perfect. All in favor of item 9K, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes with a 5-0 vote. That concludes all of our business. Go right ahead, sir.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. You're adjourned. Thank you, guys.